Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and guess what time it is? It's Enclave actual play time. I am here with three fantastic players, all of whom I have been hoping to host for over a month at this point. And at long last, we get to fulfill our destinies and do a mission together. So, let's hear from you guys. First, yourselves, and then we'll go back through in that same order to talk about your characters. Meek, fire away.
Hello, hi, I go by Meek on the server, and I am super excited to be playing with these two.
And next.
Yep, I am David Torres, aka Detour, and always love doing these.
And lastly.
And I am Alex, aka Captain. Excited for this one. Let's see what happens.
Grand. And in that same order, your characters.
So today I will be playing a fairly new character. They are named Totoy. They are a vessel, which is essentially a puppet that is being possessed by some sort of unworldly force to be alive. Great, happy, good times.
Yeah. And next.
All right, I will be playing Crow. Crow is a level 5 gunslinger, and I'll probably be shooting stuff.
That's one way of putting it. And lastly.
All right, and I'm playing Bruletta Griffinfly. She is a rising lady of a court. A medieval court, and of a land that has great beasts and wondrous animals. Yeah. And I'm an illusionist. That's important.
Yes, indeed. And your mission today is based on the following focus words. I got no love with like a little frowny emoticon. That's one focus word. I got Meganeura Griffinfly as another. And I got Temple of Flora as the last. And here is your mission statement. You are being sent to a part of Manifold that for multiple generations now has seen a vicious war take place between two factions. One, a group of humans who fall under a nation that they call New Setsun. And the other, an insectoid conglomerate called the Enclave. The Chell is highly stratified, and many of their individuals are of human or exceeding human intelligence, meaning this is just far from just a bug versus space marine scenario. These are two full nations who have at times cooperated, but for a long time now have been severely at odds. What's most notable here is that both of these are futuristic level factions. They have substantial technology on their side. And though the Chell tend to favor bioweapons, they can easily keep pace with the new Setsun, pseudo-futuristic technology. This is not a space war. This is entirely confined to planet. Even though both do have spacefaring capacities, they just haven't brought that in. They just haven't brought warfare into space yet. And over the last decade or so, a very interesting development has taken place where a number of humans have, through as of yet not fully understood means, been born with some sort of ability to access the greater Chell. Hive mind would be a deceptive word, more like their version of the internet. It is how they communicate with each other, and it's something that the humans of New Setsun have been trying to crack forever. And now that they have these essential assets on their sides, they're not letting them go. One of these, they are called many things among the New Setsun humans. The term we are going to use is the most common one that they have, which is called hacks, or hackers. One of these hacks is a girl called Niobe. She was part of a very crucial early mission involving the utility of the hacks, and was the only one to survive. In so doing, she formed and this was at a very young age. In so doing, she formed an intense bond with one of the assault team that rescued her, a man named Skay, who is effectively now her adopted father. However, over the following years, she has become more and more tortured by her strange liminal existence. You see, they don't really have the ability to turn off the Chell's network. They are just perpetually having one mind, like one lobe of their mind in each world, one among humankind and one among Chell kind, insect kind. And this has led to her being all but immiserated by her experience. With Skay being one of her only tethers to reality, and he recently made the decision to free her. She is effectively like a living weapon, as you might imagine, and so this was high treason, and the two of them are on the run. They have been chased to a section of New Setsun lands that is called the Old Growth. New Setsun is highly developed, but the Old Growth is a large patch of forest, beautiful and pristine, kept exactly as it was hundreds of years ago, before modernization and before the war. And what they are doing inside of this place, the Old Growth, is they are trying to find a very particular object. The corpse of a Chell ship. Again, the Chell are insectoid. They use living weapons, and this includes their airships. Because, among Niobe's other powers, she is able to interface with them, even as a corpse. Your goal is to assist Skay and Niobe in locating this corpse ship, but much more importantly, Niobe will probably be able to do it herself if given enough time, keep the New Setsun troops from reaching them. The New Setsun humans absolutely point-blank refuse to harm humans unless given no other recourse. And as such, you will at least have some wiggle room before they start shooting. However, Skay is on their shoot list. They will kill him on sight. And their only goal is to recover Niobe and return her to her living hell as a bioweapon and effectively a spy for their movement. So your main goal today is to stop the New Setsun troops from reaching them. And if they do reach them, kill as many as you need to ensure that Niobe can reach that ship corpse intact. Questions?
Just a question, because I might have missed something. So this guy called Skay rescued, just clarifying, rescued Naomi from being a weapon because of her access to the communication.
Yep.
Is that what you said about him? Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Niobe.
What was that last bit? Is that what I would what about him?
It just when you spoke about Skay, I didn't entirely
Yes.
like his relationship to Niobe.
He rescued her from her first in the field operation, which almost killed her and killed her entire squad. So she became intensely attached to him, and he is her adopted father.
Okay.
Roughly how old would she be relative to, like, us?
Niobe would be late... she'd be like a mid-teenager, though emotionally she'd be substantially less mature than that. She has had almost no socialization with human children, and has pretty much her entire life just been, like, raised to be a weapon.
How long have she and Skay been on the run?
They have been on the run for only a week.
Good question.
You what gear do they have?
About...
in terms of gear, Niobe has almost nothing, to be perfectly honest. She's rather incompetent at, like, daily life things, given her upbringing. Skay has full military digs. He has his full military kit on hand, and he has a light SMG and a body shield. Those are his standard issue gear. He was actually fairly well regarded, like their version of a paratrooper, effectively. And as such, he had enough clearance that when they first went on the run, he could do things like steal vehicles and stuff like that. But they've abandoned all of those. The Old Growth is not really a place you can drive or pilot in very easily. And he will also have abandoned a lot of his like travel gear for this like last mad dash to what they see as their freedom.
To clarify, mission success happens when they escape with the ship?
Reach the
Or
ship.
is it...
You need to cover them long enough for Niobe to get out via the ship.
Okay, that's it. Gotcha.
Does Skay need to survive? No. He is also your employer.
You mentioned these Setsun human troops.
Yep.
But because this is a crashed ship, and even further described as a living crashed ship, should we expect some Chell enemy/obstacles of the living kind?
You will... That's an excellent question. Enclave isn't sure. Reason being is because this is rather deep in New Setsun territory. However, given Niobe's perpetual link into their communication network, they very likely have picked up on her panic, and for all that you guys know, for all the Enclave knows, will actually send a team to try to get her as well, because they want her as well. Make sure no one gets her. She can control their ships, but she can't control them.
Mm-hmm.
Silly question. Is the ship big enough to theoretically carry her and Skay?
Unknown. They have not seen it. They are literally following information that she picked up on the old communication network, locating one of the first crashed Chell ships of the war, and this was decades ago. So this is a old ship. How exactly she plans on getting it flyworthy is not known to Skay nor the Enclave, but he is pretty much universally confident in her abilities at this point, having worked together with her for a long time.
And how perilous is the forest that we're going to be going into?
Honestly, under normal circumstances, it's an utterly beautiful national park-like place, which is treated with complete reverence by the people of New Setsun as a reminder of what used to be.
Okay.
Worst thing you'll have to deal with is, a porcupine or something.
Yeah, what kind of life would be expected to be here?
I'd say if you had to, freeball it, think of it like temperate rainforest animals. No macro predators, tons of small life. Fish in the streams, bugs in the air.
And we're not starting on the ship. We're starting in this forest, trying to get to the ship.
Yep, trying to get to the ship, which is quite close, and Niobe will almost certainly be able to locate it herself if given enough time. If you can help her locate it faster, that's obviously great. Because the New Setsun troops are hot on their heels, imminently close.
Okay, I think I'm all set.
Final notes. Excellent. In that case, I say we proceed to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ, led through its labyrinthine passages until they reach a beautiful plush assembly room, outfitted with everything they might need before a mission. Sumptuously decorated only in shades of gray, with a faceless attendant waiting to answer questions, and 3 gleaming telepads along the far wall. You would enter simultaneously, give us a brief summary of what your character looks like, and your first actions, beginning with Crow.
All right. Crow would walk in. He is about 6 feet tall, young man in his 20s. He wears a wicker-style hat and a brown leather duster. He would walk in flicking Bad Penny, as I've been, and seeing his compatriots. Nod. Miss Bruletta, nice to see you.
Excellent. And Alex is going to be back in a moment. Totoy, brief physical description and your first actions.
Yes, Totoy is a little wooden puppet, very uncanny valley kind of looking in that the features try to look very human very realistic, but being on a wooden puppet body, it just kind of looks awkward. He stands at about a couple feet, and but nonetheless, he is wearing this kind of sweet-looking robe that gives him this kind of like regal air about him, and he just shyly kind of like walks in, just kind of looking all over Enclave HQ, and then notices Crow, and wanting to make a good first impression, he'll just like clop all the way over to the cowboy and say, "Hi, I'm Totoy. What's your name?"
Howdy, little one. You can call me Crow. Are you sure you're in the right place here?
I'm sure the Enclave's gonna help me be a real boy if I do well in this mission.
Well, ain't the weirdest thing I've even seen on a mission, so.
Are you a cowboy?
Rightly so. I've been told I'm such.
How many how many things have you shoot?
Quite a few. Can't say I keep count.
That must be a big number.
It sure is.
Totoy is very comfortable around Crow right now.
Indeed. We'll say that this is the point where Bruletta joins, and Crow, you can repeat what you said as she entered the room.
Yeah. Howdy, Miss Bruletta. Nice to see you again.
Oh, sorry, I'm late. Crow. Oh, good to see you.
What does Bruletta look like before we do rest of actions? You would see next to Crow is standing a teeny little walking puppet.
Right. So she kind of bends over in a curtsy, and the way she looks is she has flowing brown hair under a conical hennin hat, a skinned wizard hat. She has a light gray dress, sleek to her body with some bell sleeves, and a light seafoam mantle, kind of cape-ish thing hanging from the back. She, with her striking gray eyes, will look to the puppet and just not really sure what that's about, and look back at you and say, well, Crow, look what I have here. And she takes out a new gear of hers, which is a steampunky looking flintlock revolver. And she says, "You'll have to teach me some of your skills."
And Crow would actually look pretty impressed at that. Well, all right. Right proper weapon.
Totoy is like trying to get Crow's attention to like kind of like make him like trying to make him like kneel down so then Totoy can whisper in his ear.
Yeah. What's going on, little one?
That's a gun.
Yeah, that's right.
Is she gonna use the gun?
Well, I mean, probably. You gonna be all right with that?
And then he just looks over at Bruletta and just kind of like shies away, hiding behind Crow, and says, That might be dangerous because she's not a cowboy."
Well, she's a right clever one.
So that's our other member. I see. Okay, yes, I remember. I wasn't exactly sure what to imagine, but now I can see with my own eyes. Well, I am Bruletta Griffinfly. Oh, it's hiding. Well,
Come on now.
you see,
All right.
You don't have to be worried. I've been trained by my handmaiden Nar how to use this. You see, if I pull here, and it lets off a loud hiss
Yeah.
of steam as the chamber springs out of the gun, and she says, and then I can load my shots in here, and then crank it in, and then it just slowly cranks in, and then add a little bit of water as it makes a pressurized noise. I said, now we're ready. See, it's pretty easy.
She tugs at Crow again, and then he says, "Can I have a gun?"
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, if you're an agent, then you just get one at the commissary.
Okay. But at this point, she's still like kind of shy, but still he's shy but curious about Bruletta.
Of course.
How old are you?
And then he like steps out and he says, "My maker, my dad, made me." And then he holds out a hand. 5 years ago.
Okay. Maybe you can start with this then instead. And she takes out her smoke bombs, and she says, "Why don't you try one of these? Much more safe."
And then he looks over at Crow for permission.
Go on. It's all right.
As Totoy takes a smoke bomb, the attendant would leave the room wordlessly, and the 3 telepads would gleam to life.
Well,
Well,
let's
All right,
do
well,
the mission.
yeah. As usual, I think, Crow, you might be a bit of a lookout for us. Get your eyes ahead. But I can see pretty well too, so... yeah, let's do this. Do you need any help?
step on the telepad there. We'll be on our way.
No, thank you. And then he just kind of flops over to the telepad.
Yes.
I think I would look at Crow and just give like a like a look of surprise and not sure how to deal with this. A shrug and a look.
Mm-hmm.
And walk over to my pad.
It wouldn't send them if they weren't useful, right?
Just give a nod with my eyes closed.
Too real. And as you take your places atop the telepads, you feel your bodies begin to dissociate. Creeping up your legs, hitting your chest, your heart flutters and you no longer feel its beat. And then it hits your eyes and your vision explodes into color, and the world falls away. And when it returns, you find yourselves in a gorgeous, ancient forest. Ferns cover the ground. The trees here are enormous, like redwood size. However, you see many of them have fallen, clearly through natural processes, making this kind of like McDonald's play structure of trees that just kind of crisscross the area, leading to countless little like ways under and climbs over to get where you're trying to go, wherever that may be. The floor is not only carpeted with ferns, but with giant coniferous needles and pine cones that are the size of your heads. Bigger than Totoy's head in this case. And as you come in, not only do you hear birds in the trees and the faint humming of bees passing by, but you also, not terribly far away, hear a heavy grunting noise and a trudging sound of boots in mud. From where you port in, it's a little ahead of you, down through a crevice where 2 massive trees have fallen and created almost an underpass that is thick with mire. Actions as you port in, beginning with Crow.
First thing, yeah, just scanning, looking for any immediate threats, though it sounds like not much. And
I
looking up
always
to the
forget
treetops.
this every single time, but what is Crow's sensory stat?
Currently, it is 2.
Okay, yeah. In that case, both as he scans for threats, he and presumably Bruletta, unless she does something very different shortly, would hear the not terribly distant sound of what almost certainly is helicopter blades, though moving at much greater speed.
Looking up at the treetops, how tall are these trees?
Enormous. Far, far higher than a helicopter could comfortably, land through or anything like that. Each tree looks like it's well over 10 or 11 stories tall, and some are higher.
All right, good to know. And then looking our clients, you mentioned trudging or something nearby?
You can't see them, but you can hear them very clearly.
They'd probably just call out like, "Hoi!"
You hear the trudging stop, and you hear a gun being cocked.
We've been sent to help, friend.
Before we go further, Bruletta, first actions.
Well, first, I would grab onto my hat, hearing what you describe as helicopter blades, but as what Bruletta would interpret as, I don't know, something horrifying.
Exactly.
So she would go, "What in the saints is that noise?"
It's far enough away that you would only be able to make it out faintly, but it does have a profoundly chilling, thudding noise to it that to her would maybe sound reminiscent of the Beast's song or something that she's heard of in tales, just something unnatural and freaky. Would Crow respond to that before we go further with Bruletta?
What did she say exactly?
What in the saints is that noise?
Referring to the helicopter in the distance.
I'm not sure, but it sounds big.
All right, and then we stay close. Hello? Just on top of what Crow's already said.
Yep. This is when you would hear the gun cock, and then Crow would say his follow-up. Before we go further with that, Totoy, first actions upon porting in. You being so small means that you have a very different look of this setting. The ferns obstruct your vision quite a bit, for one. They're as tall as you are in many cases. But on the ferns, you can see all sorts of beautiful little things. Sweet little beetles crawling, and underneath the surface, wood lice scuttle across the carpeted floor. You can see a small mouse, or a tree rodent, zipping its way along. And not terribly far past that, you see a couple of very large orangey slugs. What would you like to do?
Question. I still hear the really loud noise above.
It's far enough away that actually you would not pick it out immediately. Because it's not directly above, it's coming inbound. You'll hear it soon.
Okay. In that case, again, being ported into this new place, there's all these little things. I noticed the little things, little down there. They're so curious. Kind of leans down, takes out his hand, wondering if one of the beetles will start crawling up him.
Luck stat.
+2.
Yep, easy. A beetle most certainly does take an interest to your finger and climbs onto it.
And then he looks at the beetle. I'm assuming that is as big as smaller than his palm, but still relatively big. And then he'll want to grab Crow's duster, pull it down. Look.
Well, it's really taken a liking to you, Crow.
Man's got a gun on us right now. You could just hold those beetles for a moment.
Oh, he has a gun? And then he takes out his gun, which is the smoke bomb, and he's holding it.
Yeah, and as Totoy says this, you hear from around the corner where you hear the gun cock, a rough, parched voice. Is that a child?
Not exactly.
And a man's head comes around the corner. His gun is low right now. And he says, "You don't look like you're after us." He actually smiles.
Here to help, like I said.
Good. We need help. He's in his 40s. His hairline is receding a little bit, but he has a strong jawline and a large, full-faced beard. His face is rather dirty, and while he's not a particularly tall guy, maybe 5'7"-ish, he has a wrestler's build and is quite broad and powerful. You can see that Sitting on the backpack over his shoulders is a spindly girl with her arms wrapped around his forehead like a bandana. Even though she was described to you as being a teenager, she looks a good deal smaller than that. And she also has her human eyes are freakishly semi-compounded. So it's like she has 8 irises and pupils that all fit into a slightly enlarged set of eyes, as well as a set of antennae coming out of her forehead.
That's so sick.
And as Skay looks around the corner, you can see that Niobe is just kind of staring at you with her 8-fold eyes. Like, again, it's more than 8, but her many-fold eyes in each of her 2 human eyeballs staring somehow at all of you at once. Skay says, "Who are you? Do you know the deal? You know what we're doing here?"
Get you to some kind of ship?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. He says, "And make sure she can fix it up and get on it. You got that?"
All right. Well, we're gonna have to find it.
Yeah.
I can take a look. See.
She's following old signals. Takes her a lot of work to do it. But she can find it. I think. I know she can. He puts down his SMG and reholsters it. But as he does so, you can see that the girl kind of unwraps her arms and kind of taps his face and whispers in his ear. Not entirely unlike what Totoy was doing to Crow. And he looks concerned. And he says, "Do you hear that?"
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. So, and pointing up, I'm gonna go take a look, and I'm gonna take out my grapple gun.
And Crow flies up into the air, pulled by his grapple gun. He would zoom from Totoy's side. Bruletta, before we go to Totoy, actions you would like to take.
I open up my fan.
Yep.
Catching Niobe's attention as I say, "And you must be Niobe," as I kind of do a slight bow down, and as I look up, I say, "I am Bruletta Griffinfly, and we will be escorting you to this vessel of yours."
Before you finish what you were saying, you can see that she stares at you with 2 of her eyes at all times, but the other of her compounds are scanning everywhere. Trying to read her emotions is rather complicated given all of the eye movements, but it doesn't take a genius to detect how scared she is around strangers.
Then I will look down to Skay then, and just flip back between them. She can. You can hear this vessel where you might need to go.
And you can see that she kind of like gently touches Skay's face, and he answers for her. "Yes. All right. It's kind of complicated to do it. Think of it like, he looks you up and down, says, think of it like following old letters written about a place you've never been before."
Right. Well, I may be able to help with that, but first let's get everyone feeling safe as whatever beast is thundering its wings out there. I have an idea, if you will allow me.
He says, "Of course we'll allow you." He gives Niobe's spindly arm a little squeeze and says, "But we should get under cover." And he points to the maze of downed trees up ahead that they had been trudging through.
Well, that's precisely my point. I can give you cover. Yes, let's walk over.
Oh, even better. Totoy, actions you would like to take. Crow has whizzed up, and Bruletta is speaking to Skay and Niobe. What would you like to do?
She sees Bruletta introduce herself, and so he thinks, okay, that's what I have to do. I have to do it for the mission. And soon after Bruletta introduces himself, he'll interject and says, I'm Totoy, but your name? And then, like, them completely disregarding his question, just continue to adult talk. And then he'll just kind of look up at Niobe And then after the conversation ends, he'll go up to Bruletta, seeing that she is on his side.
Yeah, like a
She's
pause in
at
the
family.
conversation, presumably.
And then we'll pull on her cape,
Yeah.
get her attention.
Oh, yes.
What?
Totoy, if you'd like, I will hold my hand down.
This is so sweet. He just kind of goes, oh. And then he grabs, he holds your hand. And as he does so, if he could smile, he would. But instead, he looks up to you and says, what's wrong with her eyes?
Well, I don't know. It's my first time here, but people have different amount of eyes. I know a very kind man who only has one eye.
One eye? That's silly.
And you can see that Skay has kind of cocked his head to the side. And he crouches down with Niobe still on his back. And he kind of says to Totoy, he says, do you want to know why she has so many eyes? It's not a fun thing, though.
Totoy, instead of turning around, only his head just turns around 180 to look back. And then he goes, it's not?
No, it's not fun. It's
Then
rather a
he looks
horrible thing.
looks over to Niobe. Are you hurt?
And you can see that Niobe's many-fold eyes, like her compounded eyes, all kind of lock in on you, and she gives the smallest trembling little nod.
He'll take out his hand and then flip it over. It's the beetle. And then he's like offering it over to Niobe. He's like, here, it's for the mission.
You can see that Skay looks somewhat concerned for a second, but then he reaches up and kind of pats her on the side, and she reaches out and gently plucks the beetle from Totoy and actually puts it up to her antenna for a second. And then puts it to her cheek a little bit and kind of like touches it across her face. And she, as she's doing so, Skay gently sets her down. And he looks to Bruletta and says, it's not common she has someone who understands her.
Can you fit one more?
He says, on my back? No. Oh, unless it's this one. This one I can fit, yes.
Yes, that's what I mean. Totoy, would you like that? I start just pulling you up by your hand.
Oh, and then his head just like goes back the proper direction.
He puts Niobe back up and offers a hand to take Totoy. And he sets Totoy on the top of his head, or just behind, and says, hold on, to Totoy.
Oh.
Totoy has Niobe right behind him, and he pushes his face into the back of Skay's head as Skay turns and starts to trudge back underneath the downed trees. Will Bruletta follow?
Absolutely.
Now, trudging through mud is not necessarily Bruletta's favorite thing to do, but it's far from the worst. And it's not like ankle deep or anything. Just not fun.
I will then walk behind them, looking to see where they're stepping, and then just very gingerly trying to either go in the big footfalls of Skay or in a tree branch or something.
Yeah, exactly.
As I follow along.
But before we go further, Crow. These trees are so tall you cannot get all the way up with a single grapple shot, nor even two, but 3 can get you up to the canopy.
Nice.
Looking out over the forest as you climb and climb and climb, not only is it huge and beautiful, but you're getting an incredible amount of aerial recon done from up high. Something that you would note, by the way, the section that you're on, especially as you get up higher, you find is on a ridge, like a pretty high ridge. And it seems as though, just judging by which trees have fallen, this ridge probably gets big windstorms now and again that knock down the biggest trees and leave room for some of the smaller ones, meaning that there is an uncommonly large amount of downed trees in this area when you compare it to some of the other forests that you look over from on high. The ridge you're on is spectacular, overlooking a huge river with a waterfall down below, and acres upon acres of gorgeous, cliffy rainforest as far as the eye can see. But you would also immediately make out the glint of silver coming over a ridge in the distance. It moves fast. I don't believe Crow would have seen a helicopter before. Is that true?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, no. But this is not a normal helicopter. It has 2 great wings and a heavy underslung body like a flying boat. And each of the wings has a rotor inside of it. Crow's sensory is such that he can see the rotors spinning, so he can make out how the thing is flying. But it is moving very fast. Helicopters obviously normally fly quite low and don't have like the top speed that you see from like a jet. This helicopter is not only high in the air, while not supersonic, it is approaching like low jet speeds, and is coming at such a great speed that your fine ears can pick up kind of the near sonic boom it's producing as it's traveling.
Well, that looks dangerous, so I'm going to shoot it.
Well said.
Like posting up against the trunk of a tree, unslinging my rifle, sliding down. Yeah, the rotors seem pretty obvious, even if he hasn't seen a helicopter before, that's the likely form of locomotion. And is it like bobbing and weaving? Like how
it is not bobbing and weaving right now, but at its current distance, it's like 10 times out of your gun's range. But it's coming so fast that it's going to get into your gun's range within a relatively short period of time.
Okay. Just glancing back and around, roughly in the direction our client was walking. So if this is a crashed ship, there would normally be like skid marks, as it like crashed through things. So I'm wondering if I see anything of like that might indicate that. I mean, you said it was a long time ago, so
yeah, very long time ago.
Overgrown at this point, but wondering if there's any indication that I could see something like that, like where trees are,
Yep, that's a really good question. And the only thing, even though this is an old ship, you're right, an old crash, you can see signs from a long ways ago. That said, all of the newly downed trees around here do severely complicate that. You'd probably have to get down to ground level to find those tracks just because of how much of it has been concealed both by random garbage falling all over the place, but also those huge ferns that overgrow a lot of the understory.
All right, fair enough. Well, back to the helicopter. I think I would just be waiting for a clear shot.
And you're aiming for a rotor?
Yeah.
Now, in this case, all you really have to wait for is wait for it to get in range. Because it's a clear shot. It's coming in a very predictable flight path. Are you going to take the shot the second you believe it is in range?
I might give it a few seconds since it's moving pretty fast. It'll hopefully give me like a better shot if I just give it a few seconds. So
yep,
and then take it, not letting it get too close.
The shot goes off, and down your scope with your high sensory, you can see the distant like sparking of it pinging off the rotor. Immediately, the helicopter's behavior changes. You can see rather than streaking in at supersonic speed, it slows down. I mean, still frickin' fast, but like not as fast as it was before. And immediately starts going into a kind of series of like, how to describe this? Unpatterned strafing maneuvers while still kind of closing in on your location. It seems to have immediately detected that it was hit.
Probably, I will actually, as I'm cocking the gun, fling it out and trick shot off a tree into the other rotor. You said there were two, right? One
yes, there are. This is a very long trick shot. However, given the thing's relatively low speed at this point, it's much easier to do. And in a very rare instance for Crow, his trick shot misses. The thing's strafing maneuvers are actually remarkably complicated, and even his skill did not predict them correctly.
Well, that's a tricky one.
It's
Load
still
up
quite
another
far
shot.
away, like at in the upper like 80th percentile of his rifle's normal range. And you can see that as it is moving, it is starting to now circle your location slightly while still facing towards you, clearly knowing exactly where you are.
Well, I am actually going to drop down some branches, swing around, and use the grapple gun to like change positions to another tree.
Yep, absolutely. As you swing over to another tree, are you going to be coming up on the backside of the tree, out of sight of the vehicle?
Yes.
And as you post up there, you can hear it. You know exactly where it is, and it's still moving in that weird flight path. Excuse me. Also of note, like I said, the vehicle has started moving much slower, still fast, but much slower, and as such, the noise of its rotors is less severe and substantial. Still enough that you can hear it, and it's like notably loud. A helicopter flying overhead will always be, but it's no anywhere near the near supersonic levels you were hearing earlier.
How close is it at this point?
At a guess, hard to say in like exact hard square footage by any means, but think of it again within the upper reaches of your Sharps rifle's effective range. So we're talking like comfortably over a soccer field away, probably more than that.
Okay, is that close enough to make out anything like a windshield? Or...
Yes, you can absolutely make out a windshield, though Crow has seen vehicles before, and he would note that this windshield looks rather different. It's not obviously glass, for one. He didn't even know there was one from a distance, and only when he looked closer did he see that it was almost like the chassis of the vehicle has like panels that are in the places that a windshield should be, but they look the exact same color.
Interesting. So almost like a tank sort of thing. Like...
Yeah.
All right. Well, no easy shot at a driver then. I will probably just wait for it to get a bit closer.
Totally.
Make sure I
However,
get a good shot.
rather than getting closer, it actually holds position. It doesn't even try to circle the tree towards you anymore. And this goes on for about 10 seconds. What would Crow do?
That worries me. Probably start making my way down. I want to not get too far separated from the rest of the group.
Grappling back down?
Yeah, but keeping an eye on the helicopter as I'm going.
And
like,
as you take a
rifling them.
peek around the corner, you would actually catch the helicopter dispensing what, to a modern eye, might look like a bomb. But to Crow's eyes, it would look like a large metal container that just plummets into the woods a ways away from where you guys are.
What the hell was that?
And then it dispenses another one. You can faintly hear the metal containers hitting the soft forest floor a ways away. Chunk, chunk.
Oh, shit. Can't this thing go any faster?
And as you hit the forest floor, let's jump back over to Totoy and Bruletta with Skay and Niobe. They are making their way under this like heavy slung undercarriage of maze-like downed boughs. Niobe occasionally will steer Skay, which she does by very gently tugging his beard in the direction she wants to go. As you guys are beginning to walk, first actions from Bruletta. Anything she would like to do as she picks her way along behind Skay, walking in his boot steps and on any sticks or patches of moss that she can find.
Yeah. As I'm walking along, I will say, I'll try to like kind of have very small and conversation, prodding conversation, and I will say, so I assume that you hear where we're going with your antennae.
Niobe doesn't look at you, but Totoy feels her nod, and Bruletta would see her nod.
Right, that's usually how insects work. And it's how you interacted with that beetle that Toy kindly gave to you.
You can see that the beetle is still, like, perched on her head, and every time it kind of scuttles close, she brings up a hand and puts it back so it doesn't fall off.
It has the same things as her.
Right. Good, Toy. Well, are we to stop anywhere for a moment?
Skay says, yes, shortly. I need to give her a moment to concentrate.
Okay, good. I believe I have something that will help her.
Wonderful. He says, is this a good spot? Nye, is this a good spot? And Niobe gives like a double tug on his beard with both hands to indicate yes. And he says, all right, down we go. 1 second. He takes her off, takes Totoy off, and then awkwardly puts them on one arm while he wiggles his arm out of his jacket and then swaps arms to the other side. He sets the jacket down on the boggy ground and sets Niobe and Totoy down in the middle of it so they don't get wet. And as he does so, he takes out his SMG and looks up through the faint cracks in the logs above, overhead to see if he can see anything up in the sky.
Yes, keep a lookout. That would be very, very good of you. Well, Toy, you might be able to help with it. I don't know. But, as I look to Niobe.
You can see that her eyes are like moving in her compounds are moving in every which direction as her antenna twitch.
I have here a very special item. It is a mirror. I take out my silver hand mirror, which has decorative etches on the back, but mostly I'm just going to show her the front.
Yep, Niobe would look at the front with one of her compounds. And I'm guessing Totoy would probably look for at least a moment.
Yes, I think both of you would get caught in the reflection. You see, I use this to communicate and open a line of connection with someone. I believe I might be able to use this to accentuate your own use. And I want to use my wizard hat to help me as I'm going to try to energy work the mirror's ability alongside her antennae detection for this vessel.
Yep, the first thing to bear in mind is to try to find out a way to translate her feel/ethereal tap-in with her antennae to what is normally a visual medium. But as you are thinking about that, and you'll get more as you go, of course. Totoy, actions you would like to take. Bruletta has announced her plan, and she has kneeled down with her mirror. Actions you would like to take, currently on Skay's jacket on the ground. Skay has climbed up through the logs a little bit to try to get a better vantage point.
Okay, so can I pitch that when I was put down on the jacket, I am, if not on, then close to Niobe's lap?
Yes, absolutely. You can be on it, given that you were practically sitting in her lap when the two of you were being given a piggyback ride.
From where I am, can I look into the mirror as well?
Yes.
And remind me, Captain, the mirror enhances magic, or what does it do in particular?
No, so the mirror allows you to mentally focus on an ally and open a line of mental communication, or it doesn't have to be mental, but some communication with them through the mirror. So
magic
Skype and audio. Yeah.
In that
case,
he looks at himself and he's curious, and he thinks about Crow and hope that the cowboy's okay.
Yeah.
And that's my pitch for you. Would it be possible for me to use the mirror as well to try to open up a line of communication with Crow?
I will say that while Bruletta is trying to like figure out how she is going to make this play, Totoy could actually, yeah, I'm actually okay with that. Use the mirror to briefly look at Crow, and in this case, Crow would have just descended from the tree, and Crow, you would see Totoy's little face looking at you out of like a phantasmal window in midair, not far away from yours. And Totoy, you would see Crow turn and see you, and I don't know what combination of emotions would pass across his face, but what would either of you say?
Does he look like he's dropping?
He just finished dropping.
Oh, he just finished dropping. And then Totoy's like, we're over here!
Yeah, I'll find you. How are you doing this? That's... never mind. Listen, there's something coming.
Oh! What's something coming?
Yeah, some kind of flying machine. It dropped some... I don't know. It's coming.
Oh.
Be on the lookout. I'm on my way.
Okay, we'll be on the lookout. And then he like looks away from the mirror and then looks over at Bruletta and says, we have to be on the lookout.
And Skay from up above says, on it.
There's...
I can hear him. I can see him now. Yes, that's how the mirror works. Very good. Well, that shows a right good example of how this works. Would Bruletta, so intelligence in, would Bruletta know how insects use their antennas? With 4 intelligence?
I would say that even if she could not give a scientific definition, she could infer and have observed extensively enough to fill in a lot of the gaps. She'd have a pretty strong common sense understanding, especially given her own affinity with dragonflies.
Okay. My understanding is that when antennas are used, they're not necessarily listening or seeing something. It's more like smelling. Would you have any... would either of you have any shell object or something related to this being that these ships are made of?
There's a pause, and Skay sticks his head back down. He's looking quite serious again. And he says, "Nay, you can show the nice lady." Niobe looks like the last thing she wants to do is to show the nice lady, whatever that means. Oh, yes, and you can show your new friend. And Niobe seems marginally more comfortable with this. And she opens up her petite mouth, and you can see that in addition to it opening like this, 2 mandibles extend from inside of it. And they kind of falteringly kind of go back in. Clearly she's a little nervous. And Skay from on high says calmly, "There is a secretion she can emit from that."
I looked at Totoy and was like, "Oh, I'm a nice lady."
Wait, what did you say?
Like, "Ooh, I'm a nice lady." I will bend down and give you the mirror. Say, "I think you have the better bedside manner. Would you cover this mirror in this secretion? Spit, some might say."
And Niobe looks rather uncomfortable with this and kind of like turns, like still eyeing Bruletta, so that Bruletta doesn't see her doing it.
I will open my fan and also look to the side.
And Totoy would see...
A lady must have her privacy.
Indeed. But she doesn't seem to have any such reservations about Totoy. And so as she opens her mouth, you can see that her mandibles come out in a strange kind of like thin... how to describe it? Almost sugary looking drop kind of forms and drips down onto the mirror, followed by another.
Totoy copies her. When she opens her mandibles, he opens his mouth too, which is like and then like pretends that something else is dripping from his mouth. And
Yes,
it's really
very good
nothing.
pretending. And any other actions Totoy would like to take as Niobe is doing this?
He's at this point he's just curious about the mirror. Like, ooh, what did they do to the mirror?
Yep. And as she's doing so, Crow, having gone to the bottom of the tree, having your brief mirror interaction, where are you going to go? Are you just going to kind of follow the direction that you saw your teammates going?
Yeah, probably at not quite a sprint, but a jog for sure. Just
Are
trying
you
to
going to
get
be
there quickly.
going under the undercarriage, or are you going to be using grapple gun and your high stats to go over the tops of the logs, which is admittedly a lot faster, but would expose you and mean you wouldn't like necessarily. I mean, it'd be hard to see your allies if you went under anyways, but you could probably hear them.
Grapple gun just seems faster and more efficient, so that's
Yep.
probably what he'd go for.
And launching your way up and then starting to swing your way across bit by bit, landing on a downed log here and an old stump there, as you make like 4 or 5 swings before you hear Skay's voice. Hey! Hey, over here!
Hey, old timer. Make my way over there.
See that Skay gives you a look and says, hardly a decade on you.
Oh, listen, there's one of them flying machines coming.
Yeah.
I took a few shots at it. It's pretty tough.
Oh. You're brave. Well, that means they probably know where we are, and it probably means they know you're willing to use lethal force.
That bad?
Oh, yeah. Quite. He says, if we are lucky, they will try to negotiate. He says, before you get any ideas, by the way, one thing I am not willing to do is I am not willing to use Niobe as a hostage. Yes, she's very valuable to them, but no one's putting a gun to my girl's head, all right?
Yeah, not my preferred method of negotiations.
I know. Not saying you would, just trying to cut it off before it comes up.
Right, so, well, we got a beat on this location.
Not yet. The lady is helping Nye figure something out. I don't understand any of that crap, so I'm up here.
Well, if you see something, give a holler.
He says, "Oh, I don't know if I'll holler. With luck, I'll see them before they see me." He gestures to the hole or the gap between the logs that he climbed up through, indicating that you can pass down.
Yeah, head towards my teammates.
And as you drop through, you would land pretty much right next to Bruletta, Niobe, and Totoy. Niobe would start slightly, but then calm down and go back to kind of leaning over something in a way that she kind of shuffles her body so Crow can't see. Totoy is helpfully standing next to her. You have no idea what he's doing. Bruletta, anything you would like to say to Crow, and then actions you would like to take for yourself?
Yes, just a moment, Crow. That's all I want to say.
Of course.
All right, quick question. Do I think it would help or hurt for me to crack my mirror? Because I'm thinking it would be nice to get those juices into the mirror itself.
Honestly,
but I didn't want to have like the mechanics like.
No, there's another benefit that has too. Well, there's 2 other benefits actually. One is that it gives something tactile, and
Yes,
on top of that, she already has her eyes seeing in compound.
Perfect. I was worried that cracking the mirror would hurt its ability. That's
It will, but you'll get one good use out of it for sure. Just make sure you crack it strategically.
It's like grab my gun. And I look at it questioningly, and then go, And I'm gonna crack the mirror in the center, where hopefully I'll get like a couple of different cracks.
Yeah, exactly. With like the butt of the gun.
Let it seep in. Yeah, just with the hilt of the gun.
Niobe
Let it seep in.
again, like kind of scrambles back for a second. Skay says, "Everyone all right?"
You
Everything
broke
good?
it! It's broken!
Skay sticks his head down, and he says, "Nye, please be gentle with other people's property."
It's all right. It's better than ever. Toy, I have a job for you.
It!
No, it's better now. Listen, hold it. And if Niobe will allow, you can crawl to give. Would you give him a piggyback?
And
Sorry, what are you asking for, Totoy?
yeah, who are you asking to hold the mirror?
So Toy's gonna hold the mirror.
Yeah. Okay.
Toy's gonna climb to Niobe's head, and he's gonna hold up the mirror like a new antenna.
Well, do you give the mirror? Do you like hand it over to him? Like, here, go ahead,
Yes,
take it.
I'm handing it over now.
And then this is the second thing that you've given him. So he's like, okay, and he just like holds it. And even though it shouldn't look like his wooden hands should be able to grip onto it, he is able to, or it is able to firmly.
Yeah.
And then Totoy looks over to Niobe. Is she still scared?
Yeah, she's a little scared.
And Totoy goes, can I go on top of you? He says, and then he demonstrates by putting the mirror on his head.
And you can see that Niobe kind of like turns her head slightly, looking uncertain. She looks up with some of her compounds, and you hear Skay says, "You can if you want. You can do it." And she gets to her teeny little feet and takes a couple of trembling steps over, and even though Totoy cannot necessarily feel this himself, both Bruletta and Crow can see, even though Totoy weighs, what, plus mirror, he's not a heavy object, right? She has trouble lifting him and, like, very, very gently putting him up on her shoulders. Crow, actions you'd like to take during this sequence, if any.
Seeing that they're busy doing the magics, I'm just gonna scout the perimeter, make sure nothing's creeping up on us. Revolver in hand.
Where and how are you going to be looking for this?
Just head on a swivel. I don't even know.
Are you going to go above? Are you going to go above log level or stay in the kind of underneath?
Given I think they probably need some protection, I'm going to stay low for now.
Yep, and Skay is keeping eye on up above. As Crow is looking about, I don't know if he's necessarily in the mood to admire the local wildlife, but it is rather unusual here. It's an extremely, abundant area. And he sees that the wildlife here, even some of the bigger ones, like, for example, he would see, like, a little flying fox not so far away, have zero fear of humans. And move about you as though you weren't there, pretty much.
Tough place to visit.
And as he looks about, Totoy, now that you are mounted atop Niobe's shoulders, what would you like to do with the mirror you've been given?
Looks over to Bruletta and just kind of not sure what he should be doing. He holds the mirror out front so then the glass is facing him and he can see it.
Yep. And you can see that Niobe's antennae touch the surface of the mirror in front of you and start to trace along the cracks.
And
I will just say,
something!
Good. Now remember, this is just to focus the smell, the feeling that you get. This is to accentuate that focus. In fact, just let her keep touching it until she gets the right feeling, I guess.
And then at that, Totoy nods and then looks down at Niobe. Focus!
And you can see that when he says that, her antenna retract slightly in sudden alarm, but then she kind of slowly wiggles them back out. And Bruletta, follow-ups from you. You can see that Crow, head on a swivel, is looking around, keeping eyes on your surroundings. Skay, whose legs are all that you can see of him right now, is still looking out up above log level. What would you like to do?
I guess, well, I just saw Totoy, like, using the mirror without me, so maybe I think that they can just, like, activate the effect without me, but I might just go over and poke the back of the mirror to activate the mirror. Yeah, I just poke it gently, and obviously I'm energy working it to try to get the mirror's effect to go to her antenna instead and focus her feeling and mental connection to this vessel.
And that last touch ends up being very consequential. Totoy would see not, itself reflected in the mirror, but rather Niobe's eyes reflected in the mirror, though the way it is positioned should not indicate that to be possible. And then immediately afterwards, Totoy would see a strange fragmented image of what looks like a very cool bug up close, with plants all around it.
Totoy goes like whoop at the eyes, and then when it sees the bug, it's a beetle. It's a beetle.
And as Totoy says this, Niobe gives a little like shiver, and rather than call, she just gives kind of a noise like that, and Skay immediately drops down from above. He stashes his SMG and he says, "You find something?" And she goes,
It's a beetle.
And Skay says, Good job. Let's get a move on. He says, do you need to stay on her shoulders? He says, pointing to Totoy.
Totoy looks over at Bruletta.
I don't think you do, as long as you can hold it up in the air next to her.
And he says, great. And he plucks Totoy, puts Totoy on shoulders first, and then Niobe, and gets her into a piggyback. He says, keep it up with that mirror so she can see, all right? You got this. He says, very good. All right. He kicks his coat in the mud as he passes by, says, don't need you anymore.
Crow, do we expect company out there?
Oh, we sure do. Oh. Be careful.
And as Crow is saying this, Crow's not gone far, and he has some lookout, like some eyes on like the outside of the downed tree area, but mostly inside of the downed tree area. And the thing that is most disturbing that he's noticed thus far is not that he's seen anything, but that he's not seen anything, nor has he heard anything. The great sound of the vehicle is all but gone, and it seems to have flown away. He can only faintly hear it on the horizon now.
That worries me. But I'm gonna take up the rear of the group, keeping an eye on our back.
And Skay starts to move forward. He says, steer me, Nye. And she starts to tug on his beard to move. He's moving fast as he can, trudging through the undergrowth, keeping low to not bonk the other two's heads or mirror on the overhanging logs.
Now, just a moment. I did promise you some cover, didn't I? I step in front of them for a second.
Yeah, that's still an option. Great.
It is. Hold for a second as I wave my fan over him like a screen, and I activate Veneer to turn this piggyback monstrosity into a deer. Because, like, the antenna's coming out, it's like antlers.
That's true. He even has enough of a backpack on that Niobe is sitting on that you even have a little bit of the deer's rear part. It's still kind of awkward. It will look best from the front, but, actually very passable deer from the front.
All right, I will stay by, but know that now you look like a deer. I had a mirror to show you, but now I don't, so let's move on.
He says, a deer! Is this the setup for a joke or something? As he starts trudging along. If I look like a deer,
I
what do
look
they look like?
You're mighty antlers.
He says, and what's the ass part of the deer? He looks behind himself. My footsteps?
That would be you, sir. Now let's get a move on.
Yeah, I always was the ass part of the deer. He says as he keeps trudging through the undergrowth. And as the group of you start moving on, him at a good deal greater pace, is Bruletta following just behind.
I'm gonna look to Crow and then take out my gun. And then I'm gonna be on the other side of him.
And as the two of you follow up with the deer procession, the veneer looks pretty crap from the back, but from the front it's fantastic. And so you guys get the bad part of the veneer.
Looks like two hunters walking along with a deer.
Yeah.
Just escorting our deer through the forest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Need to wait
Well, it's
till
much
it's
easier
deer
this
season.
way.
Yeah, exactly. As you guys are tromping along, actions that the two at the rear would like to be taking, besides obviously keeping eyes out, but keeping eyes out, specifically looking, listening for what? Beyond the obvious.
Yeah. I think I would address Bruletta. There's got to be something following us, but it sure is quiet out there.
So what did you see? There was some loud noise. Was there a giant insect of some kind? What was that?
It's like a giant flying machine. And
A
it dropped
machine?
something. Yeah.
An egg?
It reminded me of an egg, yes. In fact, that is a worrying image in my head now.
Oh, I don't want to deal with giant babies. Giant insect babies. Giant
Just more machines.
insect metal babies.
Right. Not my cup of tea. So, I don't know. Maybe we could trap them somehow. Got any ideas?
Well, if they come by, I say we take their attention away from the deer, shall we?
Right.
And while you're thinking about what
What do
else
you
you want to
think
be
of my-
doing, bringing up the rear here, I want to check in with Totoy. You are obviously holding up your mirror. You're being very helpful. But what else would you like to be doing, if anything, in your current position, as Skay trudges on and Niobe huddles in close behind you?
I hear that we are a deer, and Totoy's seen like little toy deers at his, or at its father's toy shop before.
Yes.
Doesn't know what sound a deer makes, but if they're a deer, then they gotta make a sound. So he goes, "Ooh, ooh, the deer, ooh, ooh."
And
That's the deer noise.
And Skay, panting, says, "Is that the sound that we make as a deer?"
It's a deer. Ooh, ooh.
That'll fool him.
At that, like, Totoy is more enthusiastic. Like, oh, yeah, I'm doing a good thing. Ah, I'm a deer!
Maybe not that loud, though. I think deer are quiet. Yeah. Perfect. And Bruletta and Crow, any other notes from you before I go? Before we go further with that, however, the patch of like heavy down trees is starting to give way, but not. But the path you're on is not rising up. Instead, it sinks down a little further into like a marshy area. Still more felled trees, but not nearly as many this time. And what's more, the water level is starting to get like uncomfortably deep for Bruletta at the very least.
You know what's better than mud?
Skay
Sandy
doesn't-
Beach.
Not that. Listen, let's stay back a little bit farther so that it doesn't look like we're accompanying the deer, like we're taking them on a dance. Instead, let's
Makes
just be
sense.
following it.
In that case, as the deer emerges into the marshy area, still with plenty of cover, are you going to remain in the sheltered area, or are you just going to keep proceeding but at a slower pace?
I'd like to be like following them, like several paces back, like if we were like just like tracking an animal or something. You know what I mean? So it doesn't necessarily look like we're one group.
Yep.
But because I'm trying to figure out how to navigate swampy water now, I don't think that's going to be too hard to.
Yes, indeed. Bruletta is definitely reluctant to enter a swamp. However, Crow, actions from you.
He's probably still thinking about how to set a trap, but doesn't have any great ideas at the moment. So, you said it's getting muddy now.
Oh, it's already been muddy, but now it's getting swampy, and the water level you can see is going up to Skay's like boot level.
Well, yeah, let's hang back for a bit. Them get on ahead of us.
And get out ahead of you they do. Totoy, you can hear Skay's feet sloshing through water now. And you can see a beautiful carpet of like duckweeds and lilies like spanning all around you. Still relatively dark with all of the downed trees and heavy canopy shadow.
Does it look like it's something that Skay would be able to easily get on top of?
Looking around, Totoy would see a way up even if Skay hadn't yet.
How far away is this carpet from us? I guess that's kind of what I.
Oh, he's already kind of walking into it. Because, like, where the like, maze of downed trees you guys started in is, like, opening straight up into this marshy area, which is still has a good amount of downed trees, but isn't nearly as heavily covered.
I see. Now, Totoy has seen Niobe control or guide Skay by pulling at his hair.
Yeah.
And seeing this and wanting him to go over there, like, pulls at his hair. Not really, like, he holds on to the mirror with one hand, and then with the other, he just, like, pulls at the hair, like,
Ow. He says, what? Careful there.
There.
He says, thanks, little guy. That is what I need. Could you be a little more careful with that?
He lets go and then holds on to the
Thank you. He reaches up to a heavy log handhold, and you would feel his body shaking as he lifts himself up. And then pushes his way up onto like one of the big downed trunks.
Am I heavy? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Just been carrying a lot. You get tired, you know? Do you get tired?
He thinks. And there's this moment where he realizes, no, he doesn't really get tired. And he kind of feels bad for admitting it. Oh,
Before we go further with that, Crow and Bruletta, other notes from you, again at the mouth of the marshy area, you could see Skay be like tilt head upwards and then grab some like underhanging like old root mass to like pull himself up out of the marshy part and onto a fallen tree.
As I wait for them to get ahead, because we kind of wanted to let them get ahead.
They're pretty ahead at this point, but still like completely within eyesight.
I'll just sit down like at a log or a nice boulder or something, take out my tome, and draw out a doodle of said deer.
Yep.
And as I kind of touch it and give a little whisper into the wind, I instead of using the normal tome effect, which should be when you're doing an actual ability, What I'm hoping to do is to just kind of install a little bit of more essence into the veneer and let it last for a little longer than usual.
Oh, I see.
That's kind of what I'm hoping for as I see the deer kind of go out and as I'm drawing it. That's kind of the...
Yep. And this would give you you would have a minute or two to do so, and Bruletta's pretty quick about these things. Crow, actions you would like to take as Skay
I got one. No.
Yeah. As Skay is pulling himself up. Oh, you have two now. Oh, you're even faster than nice. Crow, actions you'd like to take as Skay is pulling the operation up onto a log.
Mainly I'm looking to see, are we leaving a trail?
Looking behind, yes, big fat boot prints.
Is it like extending all the way back?
Oh yes, completely obvious.
Terrible. Well, I'm gonna, tell Bruletta. Well, I'm gonna double back and maybe create another path, try and divert them. They're following us.
Right, that makes sense. I don't think I have any... I wave my fan over the boot prints as I say, I don't think I have anything to sweep this away. So that might be the best choice. Oh, I got mud on it.
Yep, and I'll probably even like retrace some steps by going backwards a bit. I've got the reflex to pull that off pretty smoothly, I think.
Easily.
And then when I think I've got a decent amount of distance, start heading off in another direction.
Totally. Are you going to be going left or right? The marshy area obviously opens out kind of in both directions, but if you're going a little ways back first, right would be closer to like the edge of the downed tree area, left would be deeper into it.
Probably, make it look like I'm doubling back to where we came from.
Okay, absolutely. As Crow is doing so, Bruletta, actions you'd like to take.
So this is like muddy prints, so I don't think I can just like sweep them.
Heavy, deep, muddy prints. Skay was carrying a lot of weight too, meaning that his boots went in like many inches.
Okay. Is there any... Is there any other like living organisms around?
Tons.
Like animals?
Mostly bugs. Lots of bugs, but you can see like a little mole scurrying around in the dirt not too far away. Another flying fox nipping between some of the higher parts of the fallen trees. And plenty of birds.
Okay. Plenty of birds. And it seems like nobody seems disturbed, at least for now.
Looking about, no, you don't notice any notable disturbances.
Okay. Well, maybe it's okay then. I might use my Nana's whistle. At first, I was a little afraid. So when I breathe down this whistle and it summons a Dragonfly, and then I may issue an extremely simple command to it. At first, I was a little bit worried this might just summon like a bunch of Chell warriors. But seeing all these bugs around and seeing things to be pretty peaceful, I think I'm okay to do it for now.
Quite. And sure enough, a dragonfly arrives. It is substantially larger than a lot of the dragonflies you've been used to. It would be like almost dinner plate size from wingtip to wingtip.
Oh. It's more of an arm dragonfly
yes,
than a finger
indeed.
dragonfly. I will say, ooh, nice size. Could you fly all the way to the other side of the swamp? Higher.
And off it goes.
As it goes, I use viewpoint on it.
Excellent. And so this is going over where your where Skay, Niobe, and Totoy are, right?
So where they're heading.
Yep,
So I'm scouting
absolutely.
ahead.
And as you hit the viewpoint on it, which is child's play for Bruletta at this point, you get a beautiful, multi-layered aerial view of the entire surrounding area. The huge carpet of flowers, that blanket the top of the swamp, the fallen trees, a big clearing in the midst of them where you can see that it's just like open swamp lake rather than any trees or tufts or garbage nearby. and your deer prancing along, or maybe cantering along would be a better word, along the top of a huge log. From this sort of distance, the deer looks very convincing, though having a deer on a log, even if a very big one, is a little weird. That said, Totoy, other actions you would like to take as you return to your deer impression. The group of you are trotting along the top of one of these huge downed logs, spanning out into the heart of the swamp near a big lakey clearing with all like the great carpet of pond plants layered over everything.
I'm looking as I'm doing my very great deer impression. I'm just kind of like generally looking around at the foliage, at the environment. I've never been to something like this before. It's
Yeah.
quite amazing. And out of curiosity, again turns his head 180 degrees, still holding up the mirror, looking at Niobe, just trying to see how she's doing.
Yeah, spirit stunt?
+2.
Yeah. You can see that, for one, Niobe is concentrating. There's no doubt about that. You can see that rather than being kind of visibly nervous, she feels locked in, though I'm sure Totoy wouldn't use that word for it. She would feel like Totoy's creator does on long nights in the workshop, engrossed in work. What else would Totoy be looking for or do?
Looking back at the mirror, and
Yeah.
it's still the picture of like the giant bug, right?
Yeah, giant bug.
I have baseline sensory, but do I see any like movement?
Yeah, there's a
around
gentle
the top?
movement to it. It's surrounded by like kind of a how to describe this? Like a dark plant matter. What would be a good analogy for Totoy? It would look kind of like it would look like it's surrounded by potted plants that hadn't been like tended to in a long time, and it had gone kind of like brown and nasty. And the plant life kind of sways a little bit around it.
There's nothing that stands out as though there were figures by the ship, right?
Definitely no figures. Just it seems
Okay.
like plant matter.
Okay. And then he just can't help but ask, "Are we almost there?"
And Niobe would nod.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
And
A
as
little less confidently now.
Yep, as Totoy does a little whoo, can I activate Insidious Whispers on Niobe?
You bastard, of course you can.
Thank you very much. As Totoy returns to deer impression, it would feel a tension from Niobe right behind, going through like her body.
Mhm.
And she would go, and kind of tug on Sky. What is it, Nye? And she tugs his beard in the way that indicates put me down. He looks around. Nye, we are really exposed right here. There could be and we need to keep moving. He's.
Are you okay?
You can see that her compound eyes are wide, and she's looking. Frantic isn't the right word, but distracted, uncertain, and worried. Skay gently puts her down, and then he takes the big shield that's hanging off the base of his backpack and like slots it out so it covers his entire arm and goes to stand like kind of in front of her.
Where's Totoy? Is he still on his shoulder or is he on Skay's shoulders?
He
Or
would
was he
have.
also put down?
Skay would have put Totoy down as well, right next to Niobe, so that Skay can cover them both.
Mm-hmm. Totoy's looking like nervously over at Niobe and over at Skay, but he still has like the mirror up. Not really sure if we should stop doing it.
And before we go further, Crow, you have started to retrace your steps, moving your way around and beginning to redirect. And it's as you do so that you hear a voice at your shoulder. Hands up. No weapons drawn. No movement.
All right, friend.
And you would hear their boots very quiet. In fact, they don't squelch in the mud, nor do they break the leaves or sticks as they walk. You can feel gun barrels pointed at your back. There are at least 3 of them. You can tell by their breathing, but you can't tell by their footsteps. You hear, "How many are with you?"
Just me. Ain't no one else here but me.
Where's the hostage?
Hostage?
You hear a gun cocked. Don't play dumb.
Ran off.
What were you doing looking for her? Bounty hunter? Something else? Speak, quick.
You got it. Bounty hunter. Point the rifle. Almost had her. Quick one.
Hands on the back of your head.
Alright, alright.
You feel your wrists grabbed. And they actually keep your wrists on the back of your head.
Okay.
And you feel your wrists. There's like a faint beeping sound, and then you feel your wrists manacled to your neck. So you are stuck in this position.
That sucks.
And you don't hear them talk to each other. But you can tell by their body language, just like hearing them shuffle and move, that they're communicating to each other. And then you hear movement, though again you can't tell how much, as they move away, following the fake footsteps that you were tracing out. You believe there is only one left with you, who puts a hand in the small of your back, not enormously roughly, and says, "Start moving. We're going to have to bring you back for full interrogation. You've already violated 5 elements of common law on this day, so let's not make it 6.
Alright. Now, are they leading me, like, with the group, or is he leading me, like, somewhere
He's leading
else?
you somewhere else, back towards where you started the mission, through the log maze.
Well, definitely don't want that.
Do you need a moment to think?
Yeah.
Totally. Bruletta. Now, from your position, your deer drawing is effortlessly finished. However, not terribly far out from where from where the 2 of you parted. The group is up on a log that you can just kind of make out from here, and you can see this is the moment at which Skay puts down Niobe and Totoy. Skay is still pulling off a decent-looking deer from the front, but unfortunately not necessarily as good of one, given that half of the deer has been put away.
The deer has taken off its crown.
Yes, it did.
It's taken off its antlers and just placed them on the ground.
Looking more like a doe at this point.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think that's my time to maybe I'll look around and assess, like, how long is Crow going to take? Longer than I want to wait. And I will just start skirting my way. I mean, I think this is like an expansive swamp. I can't just like walk around, I'm guessing.
It does look walk-aroundable. It's big, but like the
Okay.
size of a largish lake, rather than the size of like an enormous spanning, like what's the word I'm looking for? It's not an entire biome in and of itself.
Okay, so then I will do that then. Then I will skirt around the left and just be on like the tree line.
Sure.
Again, I'll try to like step on tree branches and stones as I hop along.
Yep.
I might well, I guess with my viewpoint, where's the dragonfly going at this
The
point?
dragonfly has crossed the marsh, like past all of your teammates, and is looping around at the like clearing section at the moment. It's circling back. You can see that it's now looking behind Skay, who is hunkering down, kind of body blocking both Niobe and Totoy from the direction that they all came in, roughly your direction, though you've moved a little bit since then. You can see that Totoy is, I believe, still holding the mirror, and Niobe is looking around somewhat frantically. Again, they are completely exposed at the moment, perched on this massive log overlooking the marsh.
Okay. Am I like far enough that I think if I wave my fan, they won't see it?
Not by itself.
Okay. And I have no way to communicate with them because my mirror is with them and broken. So, I think I just will wait for the dragonfly to come back to me. I might like give a little trying to get it to get to me faster as I'm like racing through the tree line, because I'm just really worried that now that doesn't look like a deer and they're in a completely open clearing.
Yep, absolutely. The dragonfly would make it back to you and perch upon your arm once again.
Great. All right. Now I will... well, first I'll look around the tree line, make sure nothing else seems to be looking out.
And as you look around the tree line, you see no disturbances.
Great. I will say, you see that weird-looking deer? Buzz around it. and I send it off. And then I keep skirting along the tree line.
And it goes zooming off. Totoy, jumping back to you.
Yeah.
Actions you would like to take with Niobe
Question.
looking around. Yep.
If Niobe, since Niobe used Insidious Whispers, is it on cooldown or no?
It is on a low cooldown.
Is that low cooldown off, or because it just happened, not yet?
It just happened, so not yet, but it will be quite soon.
Okay. Hear me out. I want to energy work Insidious Whispers.
Yep,
But
let's hear it.
I want to do it in a way where I want the swamp to... I want the swamp to tell a secret to Totoy, and that secret being the best way to maneuver and get its way to the ship that they want to get to.
Yep.
Since this is, let's see, from another person, from an uncanny disembodied voice. Okay, since this isn't necessarily a person, this is an entire environment. I think to enhance this, Totoy, he's nervous at this point. He's like, oh no, we're out here, we need to be going. And he wants to kind of ask the swamp, oh, how do we get there? He puts down the mirror, so then the glass is facing upwards, and then he'll take the crossbar that is his skin for his ritual knife.
Nice.
And
yeah, his marionette crossbar.
Exactly, yep. And then he'll take it, and then he'll, with both hands, he's gonna H E L P.
And the second the phrase is done, Totoy would hear a voice in his head. It's somewhat kindly, at least to his ears. Mm-hmm. And it would say, Well, how do you expect to learn much about the swamp when you're outside it? So many plants in the way. I think you gotta go in the water. Just jump in.
Okay, Totoy says out loud, and then I don't know if Skay or Niobe sees, but Totoy just like plops into the water.
He would hear a yelp of concern from Skay before he hits the water.
Jump in the water.
Does Totoy float or sink?
He's a wooden puppet. He probably floats.
Yes, he would float. And ploop, as he ploops into the water, he does break the pond scum level and sees underneath the outline of a giant iridescent wing under the water.
Shoot. Okay. This is bad. But he's gonna do it anyway. He, seeing the wing, he, is excited, and he can't help but yell to Skay and to Niobe, "Oh, I found it! I found it! I found it! I found it! It's in the water! It's in the water!"
Both corrupted, of course.
Yeah.
However,
Correct.
Skay says, "You found it! Excellent!" In the water. All his excitement dies in his voice as you get to that part. But before they go further, jumping briefly back to Bruletta before to Crow, Bruletta, you would hear that yelp of alarm from Skay as your Dragonfly is zooming out. And given that your viewpoint is still up, you could see through that Totoy is floating on the surface of the swamp, with Skay having whipped around to see what happened. Niobe is also looking over the edge, looking concerned. And Bruletta would see Totoy break the surface and yell something while flailing about. Bruletta is far enough away that she would not hear it. Nor does Totoy have lips to read, meaning that Bruletta does not know what happened, but she does not get corrupted by insidious whispers.
I also, I could interpret this as some danger. No? I feel like I might.
You would see that if nothing else, Skay is not jumping in.
Okay.
Or hitting the deck.
All right. The urge to run out into the swamp is high.
Yes.
But also the urge to not get wet is high.
Yeah.
I will keep it my plan. I will hold out my fan as the fly gets closer and closer to them. And I'm hoping to wait that the Dragonfly gets to them in time that I can do something.
Excellent. Before we go further, Crow, as you are being marched through the maze of downed trees, trudging in the mud with your hands manacled to your neck in this position, you still cannot hear the boot falls of the person behind you. You only hear the faintest moving of their clothing, or maybe their gear or something to indicate their their movement behind you.
All right. So what I would like to do is, while I'm kind of being marched along, I want to kind of feign tripping over like a root or something.
Yep.
To drop down to like a kneeling position and just like get a peek behind me to get a bearing on where they are.
Yep. You get the faintest peek before you're grabbed under your shoulder hook and hauled back to your feet. You can see that they are walking about a pace and a half behind you. And they are one of the most kitted out enemies Crow would have seen. Not only are they wearing a sleek kind of body contouring battle armor, so to speak, but it is also in active camo, making it actually take on the texture of what's around it. On top of that, he would see that their boots hover just over the ground, preventing any noise being made. They have a utility belt, a massive fuck-off assault rifle, and multiple other weapons all across them, plus a heavy backpack, plus a full visored helm that has, even from Crow's brief glimpse, what looks like, though he would not put these words to it, a heads-up display just under the visor.
As far as the visor, we're talking like full face visor, half.
Oh, full face. You do not see an inch of open skin on this person.
Well, that's gonna make this a lot harder. Hmm.
They don't make any noise, by the way, when they grab you and haul you back to your feet. They just, again, put their hand in the small of your back to keep you walking.
Okay, I had a plan, but it will not work against that.
Well, while you are considering your plan, let us take 1 minute pee break. I'll be right back. Feel free to talk, blab with chat, do whatever you like. I'll be right back.
You guys like my deer impression? I have no idea what sound a deer makes.
I'm sure Tomash would be proud.
Honestly, I just want like to clip just that of Totoy being the deer and then get feedback from Tomash.
I'm a deer!
I'm a deer! The only thing that would make it better, right, is that if instead of looking like an actual deer, it looked like one of those like lawn deers that people put out on their lawn. Oh man.
How do we deal with water?
How do I not die to this tank that I'm fighting?
Well, you're on your own.
How do
I
we
had
deal?
a plan until I heard the description of what I was up against. I'm like, oh well.
How do we deal with the corrupted Skay and Niobe?
I still get confused about what corruption exactly means. It just means like they're more stuck to their emotions.
Exaggerates their worst trait.
But,
So like if their cowardice is their worst trait, then they would be like get even more cowardly. Things like that.
Right. I mean that makes sense for Niobe, but I'm not really sure what Skay's worst trait might be.
Mm-hmm. See, what do we know about Skay?
He's protective.
He is very protective. He was basically willing to do anything for Niobe. Hey Robbie, how accurate was my deer impression?
I loved it.
That doesn't answer the question.
It was terrible, but I loved it. Now, jumping back to Crow.
All right. How am I gonna get out of this? Okay, here's what I will do. I would like to do something stupid with my hands real quick, so I'm gonna turn around like this.
Yep.
This is how I will be.
Perfect.
Right, so I'm gonna like just do something like this with my hands, using that as my paired action to activate Shootout. Rather than teleporting a firearm into my hands, I would like to teleport Bad Penny into my hands.
Oh, I won't even make you energy work for that.
Sweet. Then I'm gonna fling it, and I'm going to activate my Balestrino by flicking like this as part of my shootout, you know. And I want to trick shot off of Bad Penny, using the active camo as my Bad Penny magical effect perk.
On yourself?
Yeah.
That is fucking rad. I love it. And as you activate, flick, shoot, you have, remind me your skill?
4.
And remind me your reflex.
4.
And immediate actions after you get your active camo.
God, run like hell?
Yeah, okay. Now,
Oh!
what direction? You're in this frickin' log maze. It's muddy. It's hard to maneuver quickly. You have this guy a pace and a half behind you. What do you want to do?
It's pretty good active camo, though, right?
It is quite good active camo. Though your version of the magical effect is liable to be a bit worse.
My best guess here is can I get another teleport and get the grapple gun?
I'd need some fat energy work for that one.
All right. Damn. I gotta think.
You got it. Let's jump back over. Bruletta, Dragonfly is close, and you can see that Totoy in the water, presumably flailing about excited. Deedly, 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 deedly. Skay is for the moment paused, and then Niobe jumps into the water after Totoy.
I slap my head and I go, "Oh, why am I worrying not having a mirror? I have a mirror right here." I look down to the water of the swamp.
That's great.
And I brush my hand on the water, and I do a manifestation to activate a mirror-like effect, but on the swamp water.
Give me a little more feeling on, or like a mental state / additional paired action, especially based on who you are trying to contact.
Sure. I am feeling worried, and I'm trying to kind of like protect the group because I am worried that they're just in a big open area, and then there's commotion. So that's the feeling I'm feeling. I disturb the water first to make like a ripple in the water, to kind of make like and then I'm gonna activate that effect with inside a ripple. Okay.
That's nice.
And I'm hoping to communicate with Skay because he's the only one that's not like jumping in the water.
Yep.
And he seems the most reasonable one in that group anyway. So that's kind of all those things, I think.
Yep, absolutely. And as you ripple through, you are looking at him from the surface of the water below him, where he's looking down in. So it won't be right in front of him like you normally would with a mirror, right? But as you look down, you see his panicked face, and you see a moment of recognition. He says, "You, where are you?"
I can see you from the tree line. You are in open ground, and you no longer really look like a deer.
Doesn't matter. It's under the water. It's under the water. The ship is under the water. Niobe just jumped in.
Oh, I have to go in the water.
He says,
"Okay.
Listen, she's great in the water. She loves the water. I need to...
You need to what?
Do I need to go in? Do I need to stay out? I'm a sitting fucking duck here. I don't know what to do."
Yes, I think you should go in with them.
Done. He jumps in towards your face where you are projecting your image like on the surface. And your mirror effect is broken.
Okay. I know what I'll do. I pull on my whistle again.
And Dragonfly comes back.
All right. I'm sorry about that. I keep calling you back. All right. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to do a manifestation of some kind.
The Dragonfly is circling you, eating midges and like mosquitoes, by the way.
Makes sense.
Oh, and before, while you're considering just for a moment to jump back over to Totoy, Niobe jumps in next to you and grabs you to pull you under the water with her.
Me?
Yep.
Whoa.
And as the two of you go under the water, you can see that she looks to the ship, looking like quite excited. You can feel her excitement radiating off of her. And she immediately goes swimming out under the water, like kind of holding on to you like a football, to get closer to the ship as she's kind of tracking along it. This thing is massive. Like, to Totoy, this is a house. Like, this is humongous, right? Anything bigger than a room is a house. But to someone in the know, this thing would be like the size of a fighter jet, though very differently proportioned. The wings are extremely long, the tail is extremely long, but the body is more compact.
Can I scream underwater since I'm just made out of wood? It's the beetle!
I would say that for Totoy's little voice, since you're not using it. Yeah, I'll say it comes out in like a bubbly fashion. That feels only fair.
Can I see underwater? Because again, I am just made out of wood.
I will say that you can actually see underwater here, though admittedly, like, not well, but well enough to make out like the looming shapes around you.
Okay.
Normally
cool.
you would float, of course, but with Niobe pulling you under, like, she's kind of using you as a bit of a floaty to like make swimming easier.
Sure. Makes sense. How quickly is she swimming to this?
She is actually a fast swimmer. She was a very frail, walker and lifter, but swimming she seems to be very comfortable doing.
Okay. In that case, goes, whoa, okay, go! Go to the mission!
And with this encouragement, you can see up ahead, she starts swimming faster, and you can see an ancient set of massive antennae looming out through the water in front of you.
Oh, how am I being held? Because Totoy would want to see this, and then similar to how she would guide Skay, he would want to pull on her hair to be like, look.
As you reach up, you realize that she doesn't actually have hair to pull. She just has like a chitinous plate where hair would be.
In that case, I just do it like a tap, tap.
Pat.
Look.
And you can see that she was kind of having you awkwardly under one arm, which made her like lopsidedly buoyant. And she instead kind of like puts you under her belly. Kind of like I don't know if you've seen like little kids learning to swim that have the bubbles around their, like kind of like that. Yeah. And she kind of puts you there for a moment to like look up properly, and then swims up, still kind of holding you in front of her belly, to one of the antennae and wraps her own antenna around it.
Totoy is not sure what he should do. He tries to like reach out his arm. Maybe he should reach for the other antenna. He doesn't know.
Oh yeah, he can grab the antenna and pull it over, and she twines her other antenna around it.
Okay. Totoy's helping.
Yeah, he certainly is.
That's how he feels.
And Bruletta, jumping briefly back over to you before we go back to Crow, tell me more about your manifestation.
I think very hard about how I could possibly make myself be carried by a dragonfly, and then just like realize that it's gonna be way too hard, and I just go, just stay on my hat as I start just slowly walking into the swamp.
Into the water. Bruletta's least favorite thing. And as she goes wading out, she made good progress around the rim of the lake, meaning that she's actually not terribly far from where all this is going down at this point, especially given the like time in between certain like sequences of events.
Yeah.
This means that as she's kind of wading into the water, she's at like if they are the center of the clock face, she's at like the 8 o'clock, and Skay is at like the 4 o'clock, both converging.
Oh, okay.
Now, the water gets deep quite quick, and soon it goes up to your waist, and then up to your chest, and then up to your neck.
I think Bruletta knows how to swim. Never defined that I wouldn't.
I am okay with saying that she is capable of it, but would not be a strong swimmer.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, not amazing. I can float.
Yes, that's true. Though you are also wearing a dress, which is going to be waterlogged.
Yeah. It's not like a big dress. It's sleek to the body.
Yeah.
But it would definitely
Any amount of dress would not be convenient, especially for a weaker swimmer.
Well, I think at first I just want to poke my head under the water, or better yet, is this dragonfly still viewpointed?
Yes, it is.
I grab it by the tail and say, "It's okay, as I just lean its head under the water.
Yeah. Dragonflies do reproduce under the water. Yeah, and you would actually get a pretty good image of the massive hulking thing underneath the water. It would also explain to Bruletta why there is such a big clearing in this particular section of the marsh.
Makes total sense. I don't think I can swim into that, so I think I'm just going to have to float out nearby so that I can be of help.
And as Bruletta starts to pull back, is she going to put the dragonfly back on her hat?
Yeah.
It starts to like thrum its wings to dry them. She would see Skay swimming frantically out towards like the center of the big clearing of the marsh area, occasionally dunking his head past like the flower level to see what's happening on underneath. And then she would see him take a deep breath and dive. You can see that all of his weapons are left behind. SMG isn't going to do me much good wet.
Yeah. All I'm going to do is I'm going to just like doggy paddle my way over, or maybe just like not entirely like this, but more like this.
Yeah.
With my hat and head poking out. And that's kind of all I'm hoping to do on the surface.
Just to briefly humor me here, Vigor stat.
Oh no, I don't have anything. It's just
yeah, that's what I thought. And so this is actually going to be like a good deal more physical activity than Bruletta typically does on missions.
I will take my time.
Yeah. Crow. So you've begun your legitimately frickin' sick action sequence. Next step.
Okay. So, Crow, as his namesake suggests, has more than just a passing interest in crows. They hold a very spiritual significance to him, nearly, because they ferry the souls of those who have passed on. So, the sort of flying around that he has done with the grapple gun has very much reminded him of the crow's flight. And he really wishes he could fly right now, far away from this awful situations he is in. And he would very much like his grapple gun.
And in this case, here's what I will give you. I will give you that second teleport, but shootout ends immediately.
Fair enough. I'm grappling far away.
Lex stat?
Baseline.
Okay, in that case, the grapple, since you are shooting completely blind, would get you not even all of the way out of the log pile. It would like hit a log like one layer up and start to whiz you up. As you pull yourself up onto the next log up, your hands being bolted to your neck makes it extremely hard to look up. You can only look up if you tilt your entire body backwards, effectively. Having zooped up, you immediately can hear the soldier moving to action behind you. You can hear their voice, again, feeling like it's right by your shoulder, though you know they are not by your shoulder, saying, Cease, immediate halt of movement, or I'll be forced to open fire.
Alright, so I've still got active camo.
You do.
Hopefully. So I'm gonna rely on that and try and find a sort of nook or cranny to sort of just hunker down in, and leaning on my capotane, I'm gonna call out to him like, now hold on there, friend. We could work something out.
And as you kind of tuck yourself into a corner over here, you hear a sound. How do I describe this? Imagine playing the sound of a microwave backwards on a cassette tape. That's the best description I can give to you. Yeah, exactly. Weird sort of noise. And you can see that they hover up with their boots hovering effect kind of intensified. They don't immediately see you, but you see them like on a swivel scanning the periphery. And you hear their voice. This time it's not in your ear. They maybe can only do that when they know where you are, but their voice kind of projects out from their helmet saying, negotiation is not possible at this point. You have violated ordinances of Anthropolitan law, and it is essential that we have your full compliance.
So you said he's kind of like hovering around looking for me. When he's got his back turned, I want to very slowly sort of creep down and away, mainly to just reposition so that my voice is coming from somewhere else.
And thank fuck you have 4 pluses to reflex, because otherwise maneuvering a slippy log pile with no hands would not be possible, especially doing so quietly. But because it's Crow, he can slip back down into the understory to reposition.
And call out to him again. Listen, there's lots of money in this. I mean, surely you know what she's worth, right?
And you would hear the hovering noise quiet down. And he descends, landing on the like 2 levels up from you. You can hear the branch creak slightly. And you can actually hear footsteps for the first time. He clearly kind of knows where you are. As he says, "Money to who? Who hired you?"
Oh, I'm gonna lie. I'm gonna say it was the Chill. Well, the Chill. Got a big bounty on her. Big money. Listen, you can have the bounty. Let me go.
The Chell don't deal in money. If they promise you that, then you're an idiot.
Well, they sure showed me some money. Maybe they're learned. I don't know.
Money is immaterial to them. If they get their hands on her, there's a good chance that money's not going to be worth very much pretty soon. Do you think when they conquer us and enslave us, they'll be accepting our legal tender?
Well, it'll still be some time. It'll be worth it.
You hear kind of a of disgust from the soldier. However, given that you've been repositioning as you've been speaking, they are clearly having trouble finding you. Again, that 4+ to reflex coming in insanely clutch. So this is how you want to be remembered. As a traitor to humankind.
Trying to get rich before the end comes, friend.
Defeatist.
And I'm gonna keep, slinking away. Trying. If I don't think Crow can actually do this, but like throw his voice, like try to shout that way and move in a different direction.
He definitely can't do that, but what he can do is he can like get over to like a hollow in the log, like yell down it, and then like scoot in a different direction, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But he, nothing else, can definitely keep the guy talking, and the guy is still looking for him. You can see that their like tracking abilities clearly aren't that good. Like, you guys left very obvious tracks, and if he were like a gifted hunter, he would be able to find you very, very fast. However, they don't seem necessarily well equipped to fight in settings such as this. And as such, you can keep one pace ahead of him as you're going through. But if you keep talking, he's going to be able to stay kind of close. He calls out, "Is defeatism really the right policy here? You got a family? What about when they lose? What about when they're taken? City's leveled. You got a hometown? What about when that's gone?"
Well, you just gotta take care of yourself sometimes, as I'm trying to do right now. Well, what about you? You got yourself a family?
That's why I'm not a traitor, clearly. I would have thought that you had more self-respect than this.
Says the one hunting a child.
You can try to play that card. You just said yourself you're a bounty hunter. We are here to protect her, to take her away from what is clearly one of the most dangerous long-term sleeper agents that we have had in New Setson. If you want to pretend that that is any way equitable to you trying to blow her brains out for the Chell, then be my guest.
Sleeper agent.
And so we're dealing with 2 traitors today. Well, if there is any justice in the world, we'll have 2 executions. We can make that 1 if you surrender, though.
I think I'll take my chances.
I wonder. You hear the gun loaded again. I wonder how lucky you are.
Not lucky enough is what he thinks to himself. And
Yeah.
doesn't even risk saying that out loud.
Now, Crow has been slinking his way through the great log maze. Has he been trying to go in a specific direction or just keep one step ahead?
Mainly just trying to keep one step ahead, but if he has enough presence of mind, trying to head back towards like where he knew the rest of the group to be.
Yep, absolutely. And as he is doing so, he would realize something else. There were multiple of these guys. He only has one clocked right now, but with their active camo and their hover boots, it'll be almost impossible for him to see another one coming unless he comes up with a plan. Because otherwise he's walking blind, probably into, like, a pincer movement. Given how this guy is not, like, clearly making any great steps to be fast in apprehending him, and is taking the time to chat loudly, a pincer movement seems very likely.
Makes sense. At least I'm keeping them busy.
Yep.
But yeah, the whole hand stuck behind the head thing is gonna be a problem.
Yeah, serious problem.
While
You
I've
do
been
have 2 weapons equipped, though, which is much better than most people could say for having their hands pinned behind their head.
While I've been like this, just do I have any sense of like give on it? I mean, I'm assuming it's pretty solid, but
It is more than pretty solid. Like, this thing is a futuristic handcuff. Given that you can't see it, you can't even make out what mechanism it might use.
right, like even how I might begin to attack opening it.
Yeah, you are thoroughly turtle soda ringed at the moment.
That's a very sad image.
It really is.
Which is why I need my friends. So, yeah, hopefully heading in the right direction. Probably talking less as I try to, get some more distance between me and this guy.
And as you are making your way a little further ahead, given that you're talking less, the guy would say, "What's the matter? Done talking? We can still negotiate this, You can get away from this alive. If you were hired by the Chell, that means you have a point of contact, and we can use that."
That's so. What's it worth to you?
More money than they'll pay you. And more importantly to you, time off your prison sentence.
How do I know I could trust you?
You don't, but you don't have much of another choice, and at the very least you have Anthropolitan law backing what I'm saying. What do they have? What guarantee do you have that they won't just kill you and butcher you for parts? We take an oath. What do they take? They take whatever they can get.
He's kind of point here.
I will leave Crow to mull this over for a moment. Totoy, having grabbed one antenna and helping Niobe with the other, you can see that she suddenly kind of lets you go, and you go bobbing up to the surface as she starts to pull herself down towards...
Question.
Yep.
Because I'm holding on to this thing's antenna. Can I still hold
Oh,
on
yes,
to it?
absolutely. You can hang on to the antenna, so you're, like, upside down, facing downwards. Yep. And you can see that she swims down to the, like, just behind where the antenna touched down onto the head, where the head segments down into the upper part of the thorax. And you can see that as she does so, she would, like, place her hands on the back of it and tense up her whole body. And suddenly the world goes vivid blue and white, like a pulse, like a flash emanates from her. It's so bright and white that Totoy would, like, for a moment see stars. But then he would feel the antenna move. Like a gentle flex kind of pulling him down.
And with a +2 to spirit, make the inference that this is under the control of Niobe and that she knows I'm here and will totally not kill me.
Well, if nothing else, You don't feel hostility, for one.
Okay.
And you would see that the creature's back. Have you ever seen a dragonfly hatching from like
No.
or like a not hatching but molting from its juvenile form to its adult form? Like that,
Yes.
the back opens, and in a similar manner, the back of this old like down ship would part open smoothly and sleekly, like one of those like way too fancy for itself doors that instead of just opening like this or like this like a normal human being, like squares outwards to the side.
Mm-hmm.
There's a compartment underneath that Niobe pulls herself down into.
Can I see from where I am that is the compartment only big enough for one person?
The compartment is only big enough for one person.
Got it. Sounds good. He'll go, wait, what about, well, wait!
And as he yells it underwater, bubbling out once again, he can see that Niobe would suddenly pop out of the little chamber and start to float back up to the surface, popping up out of the water just like not too far away from you with her head emerging. Before, would Totoy go to the surface as well or stay hanging onto the antenna? He can still see her like lower body very easily.
Oh yeah, when he starts to feel the ship move, he'll like let go, kind of to let the ship do its thing, but definitely will, as he's bobbing and rising up to the surface, keep an eye on the ship, and this feeling of like, but wait, what about your friend overcomes him.
Of course, yeah. As he breaks the water, is he going to say that?
Yes.
Now, before we go further with that, Bruletta, you have reluctantly paddled out into the open area of the lake. You can see that Skay is pretty much right next to you as you do so, the two of you converging towards where you saw the great hulking form underneath the water. Skay brings his head back up, and he says, so, what she's going to do is she's going to try to reset its functions. I don't know how she does this, but she can bring the things back to life.
Okay, can we go in it?
He says, I don't know, I've never seen this model before. It's an older, and before he says it's an older model, there's a sudden white-blue flash. So it's like someone set off a flash bulb the size of like a massive spotlight under the marsh, and it illuminates everything vividly for like a second.
I grab the dragonfly and I dunk it in the water.
Show me what's going on. And you would see that the ship is slowly moving. Its antennae, its wings, ever so slightly, creakily moving. And you would also see Niobe swimming down to open up the middle compartment. As you were doing so, however, you would hear Skay's voice. He says, she did it. Good girl. Great news. I've never seen one of these things waterlogged before. That could be a problem.
How big does it look?
Enormous by Bruletta's standards.
Oh, okay.
It would be like the size from her homeland of like a 2-mast ship. And the wings and tail go much further. The core body of it is like, honestly, kind of small. Like, maybe 4 horses in terms of total mass. But the wings and tail are huge.
But you mentioned to Toy on that the opening was not big enough for more than one person.
Bruletta would also see that the opening is quite small.
Okay, so I don't think I can swim down there and get in there.
The swimming down there is already kind of a daunting prospect, and the getting in there, that would be a challenge.
Okay. Then I will open my eyes and I will say, Skay, I think I could barely fit into there, so you definitely can't. I think we need to go to wherever we can be on dry ground.
Yeah. I was ready for that. He says, these older models, Yeah.
We'll just let her burst through the surface, and then maybe there's another opening. I don't know.
He says, "Yeah, of course. I just gotta say goodbye. All right."
Yeah. Do you want to do that under the water or
No,
on
no,
dry
no,
ground?
no. You hear the surface break nearby. Totoy breaks the surface as well and says the line again. Would you mind?
What is that, your friend?
And
Toy, let's not scream too much. There's people after us.
She's leaving without her friend. And then you see him get like really kind of frustrated and anxious and whatnot.
yep, absolutely. And as he is doing so, Niobe starts to shake her head. She goes, And Skay, swimming over, goes, B, it's shh, 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 shh. It's all right. We talked about this, remember? You gotta go. You gotta get out of here. And she goes, and grabs his hand and goes to like dive back on. He goes, wait, B, it's all right. Shh, shh, shh. He says, you go down. I'll be up here. And, yeah. He gives her kind of like a awkward pat on the head in lieu of anything else. He says, I'll miss you, kid. And Niobe goes, Totoy hears her grinding her teeth.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Totoy looks at this, and now he's getting angry. Or rather, it's getting angry. You love her, don't you? Why are you leaving her? You're her dad, aren't you? Dads
And-
don't leave their kids! And that is when...
Yep. Do it.
That is as he is going to activate Embrace Darkness.
What does this look like?
It looks like he is throwing the stand up, and then the moment he finishes, fathers don't leave their kids. All of a sudden, it looks like Totoy just kind of like stops living. It's just a toy at this point. But anyone noticing would notice that the marionette crossbar that was controlling Totoy would float up into the air. You would notice that black strings of magic shoot down to the swamp water and would start marionetting the water itself.
And before all of that sequence happens, just as Totoy is starting to keel over, Skay would splashingly turn to Totoy in the water and yell, "This is hard enough as is, you little mongrel! I am saying goodbye to her because she needs to live, and I don't care if I have to die. Someday, maybe, if you have it in your little woody loins, you might feel the same way. Sometimes people have to sacrifice themselves, and this is one of those times." But then he would start to paddle backwards as the strings of darkness start to reach down. Bruletta.
All right, like 10 minutes ago, as soon as any yelling started happening.
Of course. Yep. We'll start from there.
Toy burst through the water, started yelling, and I was like, please don't do that. And then several more yelling happened. So, as that's happening, I will look towards the nearest patch of dry land, which I believe is the island that Skay swam from.
Oh, it was the big downed tree trunk that they all jumped from. That is the closest piece of dry land.
All right. And I slap the water with frustration as this is happening, and nobody's going to shut up, and everyone's going to see what's going on.
Yep.
So I go down into the water and grab my fan from my like belt, okay? And I start to I'm kind of probably slightly sinking as I'm doing this, and I sweep the fan over my body. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to veneer myself with duck feathers on my fan. My fan is made out of feathers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to veneer myself with duck-like feathers and manifest it so that and I'm also remembering the visions I've had of women with feathers and losing the feathers or gaining feathers.
Yeah, of course.
Earlier,
That's a big thing
things.
for Bruletta's backstory. I will say probably Swan is more appropriate given Bruletta's height and coloration.
That's fair. I'm not entirely trying to look like a swan. What
Of
I'm trying to
course.
do is to use veneer to give myself an appearance of a
Waterfowl.
waterfowl, and then I want to use manifestation to give my dress, which is now made of feathers, a waterfowl like quality of feathers, which is to sleek through the water much quicker, dry much quicker, and finally be able to swim quickly out of here. So I swim over to the tree branch.
Now, I should note, not only do I quite like that, what this would kind of look like is, to someone who could see below the veneer, it would look kind of like, you know, in the old Alice in Wonderland where the dress kind of poofs out. It would look kind of like that to show the body of the swan on the water. And as you would kind of like drift across the top of the water with your feet only just barely touching it and like able to kind of almost step more than push, you would be in the veneer of like a particularly large swan as you go cruising over towards the great log. That said, as you do so, moving over towards the log, you would see two issues on the log, which is two patches of sky that don't perfectly match up with the patches of sky next to them.
Okay, great. Well, this is what I was worried about. All right, well, it's time to do the old Bruletta move. All right, am I like half out of the water or something?
You have not yet begun to climb out of the water. You are just approaching the log in your veneer.
Great. I will lift a smoke bomb and burst it as I kind of crouch more into the the water. Okay.
Yep.
I burst the smoke bomb above me, and then I immediately cast, as I'm still got my fan in arm's reach. I will sweep with the fan within the smoke cloud, and I will instigate a phantasm of myself swimming erratically away in that direction.
Yep, the Bruletta special for sure. And as soon as you do, you would hear a set of loud projected voices kind of booming out. No movement! Immediate surrender or we start shooting! Now, inside of the smoke bomb cloud for the moment, what would Bruletta do?
Well, I hope that they're... I want to look to where... Well, I guess I can't see them. So as they speak...
Oh, you can see them. You can see their weird, not correct outlines that indicate where the two individuals are. They're positioned at, like, somewhat far removed sections of the log, clearly relying on whatever strange invisibility spell by Bruletta's standards they have going on to protect them from your view. What do you want to do?
I can't see their eyes, though.
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Is my viewpoint off of cooldown?
You did make pretty substantial use of it with that Dragonfly, so in this case, no.
Not. Yeah, okay. Then I think I am just going to slink away. I don't think I can do anything aggressive to them, so I think I'm just going to have to slink away. So I'm in the smoke cloud. I've set my phantasm of myself looking like a swan off off to the right. And so I just go back down into the water. And now I actually try to swim under the water back towards Skay and the others.
Okay. As Bruletta does so, do you want to stay like as close to the log as possible to use it as kind of like a visual barrier to yourself?
Well, I also have the smoke bombs going off on top of
Oh, that's true, but
so...
you're going to leave the smoke bomb's radius eventually.
Eventually. Yeah, that's true. Okay, I mean, I guess I don't know that they're wearing like crazy armor.
No. You just know that there's two invisible people who yelled. But you were told in mission briefing that they have incredible firepower.
Okay, so then I don't think I can probably take them on myself. Yeah. So I think that's right. I think I will. I'm gonna go like under the water, but yeah, maybe use the log as like cover or something like that.
And in that case, as you were doing so, Totoy, though Totoy itself has been incapacitated, what does the water do as it bubbles up, marionetted by strings of darkness? You are muted currently.
Thank you kindly. And okay. This all started because Totoy was frustrated. He can't understand why a father figure would leave their child. I guess in frustration, he would manipulate, or rather the water would manipulate itself such that it pushes the ship that's coming out of the water further up, but also entrap it and push up stay as well.
What I will say is I am okay with that, but since the ship is coming up from under the water, this would push Skade down.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. And in this strange possessed state, would Totoy even register the men yelling?
No, unless they hurt him or anyone that they are holding.
Yep, absolutely. And as you push Skay under the water, Niobe, panicked, dives down after him. And possessed water, Totoy, as we will say, would suddenly experience a sudden sharp sensation in its trunk. It is water, and as such, this is not terrible by any means, but it is unpleasant.
Am I able to easily look towards the direction of where that came from?
Yes, you would, and as you do so, unbeknownst to Totoy, shots would ring out and rip through the watery body. But since you are water, these shots do almost nothing. Though they are high-caliber assault rifle rounds.
Yes. And Totoy, just imagine, like, noticing that these things are hurting it, will... Now their attention is directed towards them, right? So imagine...
Water Totoy would not actually see them. They are still cloaked. It would just register the direction the attacks came from.
Correct.
Yep.
And that is enough. He will look towards that, or rather, it will look towards that direction. Will bring the ship down. And now it is, like, floating on the water. So also kind of go past where Niobe and Shay are, and just start walking towards the direction of where the shots are coming.
Yep.
And like a child throwing a tantrum, right? You'll see the structure of water come up and then like slam down where he thinks the shots are coming from, plus 2 much.
Absolutely. This would be almost like a great column of water slamming down along the downed log. And Totoy would see that the two... Finally, they can be seen. 2 figures zoom off into the air, flying like mosquitoes. Their active camo not able to adjust as fast as they are moving. And they start to flank out on either side around Water Totoy. What would you like to do? I'm going to be jumping to Bruletta in a second.
Could then the water column kind of like split into 2 and then just like try to like crash down on either of them? And as he's doing so, even though Totoy, the puppet, is inert, they, in a weird way, the entity controlling them, still essentially taking on the attitude of Totoy, is yelling and communicating to them somehow, "Kill away!"
And as you do so, lashing out with your columns of water, you force the 2 flying figures to scatter. They move backwards and land on the 2 different banks of the lake and just open up fire. Totoy is peppered from both sides with intensely high-caliber, futuristic assault rifle rounds. And yet, in this water form, they are not doing anything. You hear the men yelling, and you're not sure what they are saying. But before we go further, you still have hostiles roughly to left and right, though they're further away now and are on the banks. This would be one, when the great ship bubbles up to the surface, dislodging like decades of mud and pond scum as it does so. Skay and Niobe bob up next to it, Skay coughing and spluttering. Bruletta. So that initial strike down towards the log is happening right as you're tucking yourself underneath it.
Yes. I don't think I can even see that coming, so...
You would hear Totoy rise up, and then there's the slam. And Bruletta is lucky that this tree trunk is as big as it is. Because it's so big that even with the power behind this attack, it doesn't move far, and if nothing else, it doesn't break and like literally crush her down into the pond.
Question.
Yeah.
Did I hear gunshots at the phantasm that I sent out?
No.
Okay, I activate my perk.
Yep.
The perk is, let's do that again. As a reaction to being attacked, switch places with a nearby phantasm of at least your size.
Very good.
Finding it's you.
And you would see as the water attack crashes and the tree the tree trunk you were under yawns, it bobs down into the water like a teeter-totter and would have literally slammed you under the pond's surface before bobbing back up. And from your position over here, as you finished, like your phantasm had just finished swimming to the bank. But this is also the point at which the two figures are flying out and trying to flank Totoy, one of them zooming by you a little ways overhead, both of them opening fire on Totoy. You have a much better view of them now, and you can also see the firepower that they possess. You obviously know what a firearm is, but their firearms are like nothing Bruletta has ever seen. And to her, it would look like they're shooting water, right? Because Totoy is this big, creepy water construct at the moment. And even to water, they do substantial damage.
So are they flying around?
They are hovering with their boots emitting a strange, like, warping effect on the air underneath their feet. But as Totoy lashes out with those two great water columns, they do seem to dodge down and land on the shores. One very far away, and one very, very close to you. Only, like, 20 paces away from you, though admittedly, like, around a bend and obstructed by some trees and, like, scrub and rocks.
Okay. I will... how many paces away from me?
Again, about 20, though around a bend.
20 around a bend. I will chuck a smoke bomb at him.
Yep.
I guess if they're close together, like...
Oh, no, the other one is on, like, a far bank. Very far away.
Okay, so just the closest one.
Yep.
Chuck smoke bomb.
You have double skill, so that will you can definitely thread the needle through some of the garbage blocking you from his vision.
Perfect. And I will... I will shake my gun. So, two things. One, the chamber is pressurized. That's what the steampunk part of it is.
You have rather an unusual revolver, which is like much shittier to use, but what is the upside?
Well, I'm just pitching here that maybe the chamber doesn't get as waterlogged because it's pressurized.
I am actually A-okay with your gun being functionally waterproof, because it is kind of hydraulic.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm happy to clean it out and use it, but it kind of makes sense. So if we make sense of that, I kind of like wave it around, notice that like no water is actually coming from the barrel.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh great. And I will just take my gun as I wait. And in fact, I'm gonna do like I'm gonna do a move where I'm like holding the fan with one hand and the gun on the other, like this.
Yep. Sick.
Okay. And I'm waiting to see any disturbance.
Are you going to be flanking around to get into your smoke bomb radius, or are you just waiting like beyond?
If I can, definitely.
Yep. So you can start to slowly flank around, and as you do so, you can see from the other side of the pond a light forming where the other guy landed. Before we go further with that, let's jump back over to Crow. Now, Crow, you have been going back and forth with this guy, and the last part we ended you on was he's got a point.
Man, I was engrossed in the rest of the story
and
not thinking about what I should be doing.
Tell me about it.
All right. Yeah, he's got a point. Maybe I shouldn't be helping the jail. How far have I made it in this time?
You have made it most of the way to the marsh. The fighting hasn't started yet, so you haven't heard anything.
Haven't seen the other two yet, so I'd probably still be worried about them. So trying to like stay pretty undercover still.
And I should also note that Crow has only registered 3. For all he knows, there are more.
Yeah. How many of those things did I see drop?
You
least
only
2.
witnessed 2.
That's interesting. Then that might imply that there's at least 4 if there were 2 to a pod. Tricky.
And the pods are big.
Well, yeah. What will I do to keep this guy engaged? I think I would just like trying to keep him talking and be like, well, what does New Setson have to offer anyways?
You live here, don't you? Take a look around and see. Look at the old growth. A reminder of what we had before they invaded. Isn't it beautiful? Don't you want this? Don't you want this to stay?
Right. All right. So what if I lend my considerable skills to your cause then?
Elaborate.
Well, I'm a very effective tracker in these jungle parts. Seems like it's something you folks seem to lack.
This is not our preferred fighting ground, correct? If you're a tracker, then maybe we can use you, but if you're trying to get out of your handcuffs, that's not going to be happening.
Well, I can't rightly examine things and find the trail without my hands, can I?
I'm sure you'll figure out a way.
Yeah.
If you agree to the deal, then step out where I can see you.
Oh, all right. We got a deal. And step out.
And immediately you can see that from where he was kind of going from trunk to trunk overhead, with his hover boots, he jumps down in front of you. This is the first time you've seen one of them uncloaked. The armor is sleek and dark gray. It has a vaguely like Spartan from Halo look to it, but much less angular, a lot more contoured. In fact, it looks ever so slightly like an insect's exoskeleton. The headgear is very, very distinct, with kind of a long bar that kind of extends the visor out a little ways beyond the face. Kind of like a hammerhead shark, but not as goofy.
Impressive gear you got there.
They look you up and down and say, if you're from around here, it's no one I've seen or heard of. You look like you're using vintage weapons.
Gave you a run for it, didn't it?
Get tracking.
And yeah, mostly try to waste his time. Like, all right, kneel down, take a look at the ground, sniff the air.
And then you would hear a far distant, shrill little yell of Totoy's voice in the direction of the march. And you can see that the soldier stiffens.
That can't be good. But probably not say it loud enough for the other guy to hear.
And then you hear equally loud the distant sound of Skay's voice yelling as well. And the soldier says, I don't think we'll be needing your services anymore.
Yeah. Well, I'll just be on my way then.
Nice try. And as you go to run, or not run, but like As you say this, the soldier would like loop an arm through your like crook right here, and with a knee in your back, start to try to force you down into a kneeling position.
No. What could I do?
The soldier says, "You pulled a fast one on me earlier, and I'll give you. I don't know how you did it, but you won't be doing it again."
Listen,
Yes, Meek.
Can I do something?
Remember, this is going to be happening just as Totoy is starting to embrace darkness, but
I know.
what is your thing?
Oh wait, just as he's starting to embrace darkness?
Yep.
Oh, fuzz cakes. No, I want it to be after he's already embraced darkness.
Yeah.
Never mind.
You feel the soldier, after getting you down into a kneeling position, bring up the other hand to your, like, manacled hands that are still attached to your neck.
I am going to just say, now stop! And using that as the start of my paired action to stand off. Since it doesn't actually say you have to make eye contact, you just have to engage them. And I'm going to do it with more conversation.
And as you do so, you feel that you can literally feel something about to go around your fingers to bind them, but it pauses. And you hear, "We've had quite the pleasant conversation, but my squad mates need me, and I can't have you pulling another weapon on me or slinking away. I'm going to be binding your ankles and your fingers, and I'm going to leave you here for when I need you."
I could be of help with whatever's out there. Sounds pretty serious.
My ass, you're going to pull a
and
gun
big.
on us the first time that we aren't looking at you.
I said I'd help.
I know your type. If you're a defeatist, that means you don't have any sense of loyalty or dignity left to you. He hasn't shackled your fingers.
I would like to go with the suggestion from the peanut gallery and use insidious whispers.
What secret do you want to learn?
Something about my captor.
But what? If any.
I'm trying to think of something that would make him question himself here, like question his own morals.
That's been a hard line for Crow. Even with your Capitaine, you've barely managed to get an in on that. These guys seem so well trained.
What kind of secrets would this guy have? What are they going to really do with the girl?
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe something like that. Like what?
And you would
what
hear
awful things.
You would hear a fatherly voice in your ear, saying, "It's really a shame the way some folks treat those that are, dear to them. Some might even say that to some, children are little more than a trophy piece, It strikes me as when you have a parent whose child is, for some reason, more successful than they at a young age. But to whom goes the money? And the success and the power and all of that? It's so horrible to see. Such a helpless little thing being used as a tool. I think so, at least. What do you think?"
I don't think that's going to be enough to sway his opinion. He is likely mostly pretty aware. But I will use it as the hook because that's what I've got for the moment. So you're gonna turn her into a weapon then?
There's nothing to turn. She was born a weapon.
Child.
I'm not saying if I were in command I'd have made the same decisions. But that child is winning wars.
Sacrifice you're willing to make for someone else then, huh?
To save 1 million lives, including potentially my own and my family's, yes. If you wouldn't, I think you're either a liar or a fool.
And if it were your child, you would sacrifice them so easily?
I don't know if I would. But she's not my child, nor is she anyone's. She was grown in a lab. She was born from an egg. She's no one's child.
That man Skay would certainly seem to say otherwise.
Traitors' words don't hold any weight with me.
A father, nonetheless.
In his own mind. And the delusions of a traitor don't matter. Crow is corrupted.
Yeah.
And you hear
What
all
are
hell
his
starting
bad
to break.
personality traits?
And you hear all hell starting to break loose as shots are going off. The man pulls away, clearly perturbed by the fire. He looks to you and makes a compromise. He shoves you down face first into the mud. And you feel him bind your ankles, though he leaves your fingers free. He says, "You pull a gun on me, I'm putting a bullet in your head." And you hear him start to move away, activating his hover boots.
Get to my knees.
Barely, spitting out mud. Again, Crow is corrupted. What does that look like?
That is a good question. So it exaggerates his worst personal flaws. Well, I mean, I guess one of his worst personal flaws is that he's a show-off. Which he can't do a whole lot of right now. So, other than that, I'll have to think about it a little bit.
You got it. Before we go further, we're going to jump back over to Bruletta and Totoy. First, Totoy, though. Now, Totoy, you have two nasty things, one far to your right, one far to your left. They're on the shores of the marsh. And as you are, like, you've just flailed out, they've moved over to the shores, and like a beat later, the one to your right, there's suddenly a puff of, like, smoke that covers it up, and you can't see it anymore. What do you want to do?
Gets frustrated. He takes like some of the logs and like rocks he finds in the marsh, and then there is this again, it just looks like these like columns of water like come up. There's like 4 of them, and they are like taking debris and like throwing them / smashing them down on the shore, trying to make the people that are hurting him go away and stop it.
Do you want to go for the left one, which is closer, or the right one, which is farther away and smoky, or both?
Both, which is why I tried to specify that there's multiple columns of water.
And as Totoy yells and slams, the one to the left, which he can see, whizzes around like a gnat, avoiding him. But also, you can see that there's what looks like a funny, bright bead of purple forming on it. It's very, very bright, kind of like the big light that flashed underwater.
Okay. Let's see. How would the water be the more a tantrum happens? Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. It would be really interesting if in this case the not only does the current and the columns get stronger and more violent, they also just get more sharp. And then at this point, the columns of water, as they are like trying to trap these, all of a sudden like spikes of water just like come out, like it's trying to attack like them again.
Yep, absolutely.
Not knowing where they are. Yeah.
The little bright bead bobs out of sight behind a tree. The other one in the smoke, you don't know what happens. They are both out of your sight for the moment. What do you want to do?
Um, you know what? As I'm just like hitting around, he's just gonna continue to yell what he was saying earlier, which is hold on, wait. You can't leave her! You can't!
And as the water froths and churns, so Totoy's current body would be pretty much right next to the great dragonfly-shaped ship that is bobbed to the surface. In a tantrum, how will he not damage it?
He doesn't know. In fact, he probably isn't even aware that he's not outside of his own body.
Yep, indeed. And as the splashing and frothing continues, Bruletta, as you start to go around the corner, your progress is halted by a tree trunk that goes flying past you from Totoy's tantrum. Oh, nice gun, Alex. That's sick. And as you go a little further, suddenly great barbed javelins of water come lacing out as well, forcing you to again duck behind cover and feel them pepper the tree behind you.
I will get behind cover and use the fan to try to like whip away because it's magical.
Yep. This clears the way enough for Bruletta to make it through into the smoke cloud. And since she can see perfectly in the smoke, what she would see is one of the soldier in here got hurt. Totoy actually hit it. You can see that a javelin of water clearly took him through the leg and like knocked him backwards into a stone. But of course the javelin of water has now melted back into water again. It punched through his armor, which, just as you look in, looks sleek and burnished and very powerful, though Bruletta can't exactly quantify why. The man, while injured, is currently like out of his utility pack, pulling out what looks like a strange, how did I describe this to Bruletta? A strange quill pen looking thing, as well as a loop of bandage.
Okay, well, so there's a break in his armor on his leg.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Great. I will then, as I enter the smoke cloud, does he have a gun in hand, or he has bandages?
No, he has bandages and this weird quill pen looking thing. And what's better, as Bruletta enters, his visor opens.
Right in the head.
Oh my god!
And Bruletta standing right up next to him. I think this is the first person's life she has ever taken, I believe.
I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I think this is the first one.
I think it might be, actually. I think it might be, but I'm not taking any chances.
Yep. Blood sprays across her dress, and your heavy-ass steampunk pistol puts a goose egg in his head. He slumps immediately.
I think I'm going to take a long moment to compose myself because blood is now splattered on me.
There's a pause. You can see that his gun is laying at his side. It's a wild-looking thing. To Bruletta, it would look more like... How would I even describe this? It would look more like a long, incredibly thick, bulky battle axe than a gun. It's so strangely shaped and looks really heavy, and it has a weird, what we would call like an underslung portion to it as well, that to Bruletta would look like it has a second smaller barrel tucked underneath the first.
I think the way for me to deal with the kind of consequences of the action I just took is to focus on things and be very analytical and just try to like focus on the job. So I think I'm going to look to that gun and I'm going to just inspect that underbarrel thing.
Yep.
Is that something you can remove?
She tries and can't take it off, but she sees something inside of it. It is, speaking of goose eggs, about that size. It looks like a dull marble made of concentric metallic sections, and it has a very faint purple tint to it.
Okay. I hit my gun, open the barrel, put that purple thing in the shot that I just emptied.
Yep.
And then I crank it back in.
Now, your gun is big enough that I will actually let you get away with this. A conventional revolver 1000% could not fit this.
Okay.
It'd be like shoving a carton of milk down a trombone.
And I will say, this is the most frustrating mission I've been on. Where in the cur's anus is Crow? Okay. And I go out of the smoke to look for the next, soldier.
And as she does so, she would be the one to see that as Totoy is ravaging the top of like the marsh, actually like sending the ship kind of like lurching to the side, you would also see Skay and Niobe barely above water, bobbing up and down as Skay has been like pummeled by some of Totoy's attacks. You would see that behind Totoy's water body, there's a bright purple light that flies out from the tree towards him.
Okay. Honestly, looking at what's happening, I think Bruletta is going to say, that damn toy's being the biggest obstacle here. I will try to viewpoint Toy.
And as you viewpoint Totoy, you would find yourself looking down from a great height as the stomping, storming, wrathful tantrum continues. Totoy has actually destroyed a section of that massive tree trunk that fell across the lake, and is using it to stir up a huge frothing set of waves across the marsh's surface.
So, I'd like to, as I close my eyes and I take a deep breath in the viewpoint, I'd like to try to get an impression at what Toy's focusing on. Now, viewpoint usually is about what you're visually looking to and focusing on. I'm hoping to get like a little bit more flavor to that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Meek, give me some details. Obviously, I'm going to play some of it, but I want to hear what you think Totoy would be focusing on at this point.
I think, okay, because what's really going on is that it is the entity that is puppeting Totoy that's causing all this destruction, acting upon what it believes would be the puppet's will. Yep. And so it's not so much what it's seeing, but more so what it's focusing on in terms of what does it think the puppet wants. The puppet is being hurt. It doesn't want to hurt anymore. The puppet is frustrated, and it doesn't understand why the father would leave, or why Skay would leave behind Niobe. So it's just more so like these very intense feelings that it is acting out on rather than something physical that it's focusing on. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah. It's just having a pretty thoughtless tantrum, basically.
It's having a tantrum.
There's a lot of internal consistency from its perspective.
Okay, then instead what I'm going to do is, if it doesn't have something it's focusing on, then it needs something to focus on. I will open up my fan, look up to Toy. I like maybe I can rotate. I keep track of which casing was the purple.
Yep.
And I shoot towards. I mean, I'm seeing it being shot a few times, and it doesn't seem to get too hurt. I want to shoot it somewhere where it looks like it would bother it, but not kill it.
Yep, that's easily done.
Visually, what does Toy look like right now?
Totoy is made of water right now.
Just a big water monster?
Yes.
Roughly speaking, yeah. Puppeted by Totoy's little marionette thingy.
Yeah, okay, so above in the air, there's like a marionette crossbar, and that's where the black strings that are controlling the water are. And I don't know if from Bruletta's perspective, she can see the puppet body.
No, she wouldn't be able to see the puppet body. The puppet body is amidst frothing waves in the swamp.
So I shoot towards center of mass, and the point here is as it hits it, I want to activate the effect on the fan to pull people's attention to it.
Works. And Totoy's water body whirls towards Bruletta and begins to swirl up a great column of water, but as it does so, the brilliant purple light, which flies much slower than a bullet, hits it in the back of the head, and it goes off. It detonates with a strange sound. It sounds almost like an explosion that's cut much too short. And there's an electronic kind of whir and pulse to it, almost like you auto-tuned an explosion and then cut it off way too early. And Totoy's water body falls to pieces as Embrace Darkness is ended early.
Well,
And as you do so, however, you can see that within that, it made like a perfect little cavitation bubble inside of Totoy's water body and just like it dissolved it. It falls down to pieces, and Bruletta would see that the little marionette crossbar falls into the frothing marsh, though she would lose track of it as soon as that happens, as the soldier from the far side comes rushing out of the woods and begins to hover boot out across the water. What do you want to do?
all right. I yell out, "Skay, get her in the ship!" And I then rotate over to the guard. I'm still having fan out, hoping to catch his attention.
And as you do so, the guard hover booting out is literally able to sprint across the frothing surface of the marsh. Skay cannot. Skay is like barely above water from Totoy's tantrum anyways, and Niobe is clinging to him. Like literally not letting him go. You can only barely make them out bobbing over the water, and the soldier, rather than like just sprinting blindly out in your general direction, instead like hover boots up onto the top of the ship's head next to the two antennae and starts to take up an overwatch position with his gun. He can see all of you effortlessly.
Sure. Do I have Phantasm off cooldown?
You do.
Okay. I will do something interesting. If I did not
I'm sure you will.
Interesting things. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up my gun again, and this time I want to drop in a smoke bomb.
Ah, classic.
Okay. All right.
Now, real quick, as you are beginning to load this, I want to jump back over to Crow, because stuff is about to happen.
Yes.
Crow, actions you'd like to take.
I have pretty limited options since both my hands and feet are bound currently. What do I think the feasibility of being able to shoot these restraints off is? I'm guessing low.
You honestly don't know because you can't fucking see them. And also they're bound to your neck, which makes everything a million times more dangerous. Well actually, you can see your ankles. Yeah, you can see your ankles. Pardon me. How to describe it? This is going to sound like a very dumb analogy, but it's the best one I have. You know those silly beer koozies, like the little thing you can put like a beer into to keep it cold? It looks like two metal ones of those bound together like binoculars. They're made of a slick, kind of plasticky, metally looking material that Crow wouldn't be familiar with, and they have no obvious keyhole or seam.
Well, nothing else to try. How would I do this, though, with my hands behind my head? Is shootout off of cooldown?
Yes, it is, actually.
All right. The way I'm imagining this is so stupid, but I would be, like, rolling onto my belly, basically. So hands are like this. Paired action for shootout. I mean, I can't do much with my hands, but the best that I can to summon my rifle to my hands, and so like arching my back so that I'm kind of doing this so that my ankles are up in the air, and
wow, you're literally like bracing your rifle across your shoulders.
Yeah, basically like a...
Wow.
It would be very uncomfortable.
To remind, 4 skill, 4 reflex.
Yeah.
Okay. The first shot would rattle your ankles so much because, like, you know when you like hit a baseball with a metal bat and it like rings up your arms. It's that, but like a million times worse. Incredibly uncomfortable. Again, +2 resilience saving your ass here once again. Are you going to like awkwardly heft yourself around to check the damage, or are you just going to keep shooting till it works?
Yeah, I've got the shootout active. I'm gonna grit my teeth through it and just keep shooting until I
bang,
feel
bang,
it give.
bang. On the fourth one, your ankle's free. Now, I should note, you still have 2 heavy-ass ankle bracelets on that are uncomfortably tight, but that's way better. And also, like, your feet are, like, so tingling from that they feel numb.
Yeah. Well, I can at least walk, maybe.
Yeah, it takes you a moment to get to your feet, but yeah, and you still have your gun over your shoulders.
Yeah. Well, go find my teammates. Get me out of these goddamn manacles.
And as Crow goes, like, rushing off as quick as he can in the direction, this is just, like, the worst, most uncomfortable position for him. Not only does he have this shit on his feet, not only is the ground muddy, but since he's holding his rifle, he has to kind of crane his head down slightly as he is moving, making it harder to see. But as he goes forward, following the sounds of his ears, he can hear shots fired, he can hear roaring from Totoy, he hears, like, strange explosions. He finally reaches the edge of the marsh, and you can see up ahead like the mess of great fallen trunks that lead up to the high portion that when last you saw Skay, Niobe, and Totoy, they were climbing up onto.
Chaos.
Yeah.
Shit. Do I see any of my teammates?
No, they are blocked by the trunk maze. It's less thick than in the previous area by far, but still, it's completely obstructing your view. They are, like, dead set through this onto the other side.
Keep on going.
And as you start to slosh out into the water, you would realize that without hands, climbing up onto the logs is going to be a nightmare. How do you want to try to do that? The one thing you have going for you here is that 4+ to reflex, giving you flexibility.
Yeah. Probably, yeah. So, how is the log going across? Is there any part of it like on?
Think of it like a big mesh with 1 or 2 on the bank, and then a couple of them like reaching out from the top-ish out over the marsh in a couple directions.
All right, then I will. Yeah, get back to the bank and try to just sort of tightrope walk my way on the
climbing
logs.
up. Getting up onto the log would require you to literally kick your foot up over your head to hook a toe in and like haul yourself up, which is extremely uncomfortable, but I've seen people do that in real life, and you have 4+ to reflex. And once up high, and then getting up on higher, you finally see them. This is the point as you get up where Totoy is in like giant water form. For all you can see, it's a fucking giant water monster. There's the great Dragonfly ship drifting next to it. There's smoke going on the bank to your left, and then you can see a little purple pellet shooting out from your right. You are obviously in no place to shoot right now because your gun is facing literally backwards. It would be shooting down towards your heels at the moment.
Do I see Totoy? Like the actual physical body?
You just see a giant water monster.
Oh, that kid's alright. And Bruletta?
Bruletta, you do actually see. You see her emerge from the smoke cloud, shoot at the water monster, who turns towards her and starts to conjure up water, but then is detonated by a strange purple pulse with that weird auto-tuned cut off too early explosion. The water falls, and the marsh, still choppy and wavy and absolutely like thrown asunder by this thing, starts to calm down. However, you do see not only the big tree that reached most of the way out across it was partially broken by the water monster, meaning you can't get all the way out, but also immediately out from around, like, on the bank, comes rushing a guy on a set of hover boots. You know their ways by now. They're not even trying to cloak at this point. He goes sprinting out towards the ship, and now you also can see Niobe and Skay in the water, both of them clearly having trouble. Bruletta, you can see, is still, like, online and is facing towards the oncoming enemy. And you can see that she flicks out her fan in such a way that it pulls your eyes. You have an idea of what she's trying to do. And she also goes to reload her gun. What do you want to do?
I would like to, really what I do, I want a trick shot. What's behind me?
Okay, behind you is tree trunk, but there are some root clusters and, like, lower knots and knobs that would give you an angle. However, something else that Crow would register as he looks behind is something I'm about to get to with Bruletta, which both of you would register at once. Bruletta, as you are going to unload your gun, or you're going to open up your gun, you would hear directly behind you in your ear, "Hands up, drop your weapon, not another move, or I'm putting a bullet in you."
This again. Okay. I just point my gun downwards, like I'm lowering it. As I do so, I rotate the barrel so the smoke bomb that I just loaded in is to be shot.
As you do so, you hear, "Drop it."
All right. And then I shoot the ground and crouch.
And Crow, actions you would like to take.
Do I see that interaction
Yes, you
starting
do.
to happen? Then yeah, trick shotting off the tree trunk behind me with the gun held like this, and yeah, angling it toward tank. So I was originally gonna go for one of the hover boots, but since this guy's got a gun trained on Bruletta, I'd probably go. What kind of gun is it? It's one of the assault rifles.
Yeah, one of their crazy pimped out assault rifles.
Probably the visor then.
Excellent. And because of this trick shot, Bruletta is not shot literally through the heart. Instead, she's shot through the shoulder blade and goes spinning to the ground with her left arm in the greatest agony she has ever felt in her life. The smoke goes off around you, though in so doing, your gun is not built to shoot smoke bombs, it breaks. But it does get off the smoke bomb, leaving Bruletta on the muddy shores of the bank, pouring blood from her shoulder, and she would be in complete shock from this level of pain. Crow, you do see that your shot hits the guy in the side of the head. His gun goes off, Bruletta's smoke bomb goes off, you have no idea what's happening over there. But you can also see that the other guy has gotten onto the ship and is aiming right down the barrel towards Skay and Niobe in the water. I'm going to jump to Totoy momentarily.
Do I have anything off cooldown right now?
No. That's a great question.
Then I don't think there's much I can do except shout, like, "Hey!" I just distract him.
As you do so, the guy incredibly, quickly and professionally just goes, boom, and pops a single pot shot at you.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, shit.
And you can see the pot shot literally, takes out an entire chunk of the trunk in front of you.
Well, shit.
Totoy, you feel as though you had just gone down the drain of a bathtub. It's a common nightmare many children have. Getting sucked up by that awful whirlpool that's created when you pull the plug. And then, where do you go from there? Who knows? Maybe hell. Maybe somewhere else. But you come bubbling up out of the drain plug to find yourself drifting on the water. If you breathed, you would be panting right now. You feel your joints quivering.
Could I pitch that when Totoy returns to consciousness in his puppet body, the first thing he sees is Shay and Niobe holding one another?
Yes, you can absolutely see Skay and Niobe holding one another.
and a, a little puppet that was made for the sole purpose of being loved would see this and have this feeling of deep sadness. And because this is the scene that he wants to have with his father, and his father doesn't accept him yet because he's not a real boy, but Totoy can see that even though Niobe looks different from Shay, maybe she's not a real girl, but he is embracing her anyway. That's what he wants. And he wants this to... Not only is this what he wants this to, for lack of a better term, like, survive. And that is my pitch to Energy Work Fill the Void to impact both of them. Seeing them not as two separate people, but seeing them as a single entity of familial love.
Beautiful. A strange shadow passes over them, puppeted by strings, as the soldier opens fire point blank at Skay's head, and your barrier protects. It absorbs a full clip of assault rifle rounds. Totoy can feel the strain of the magic tug at him. He can hear Niobe screech in terror and clutch Skay. He can see Skay looking down the barrel, defiant. But then the gun stops shooting.
Finally, what Totoy wants to do, having seen like the gunshots, right? And fortunately, all of them missing, or not.
Oh,
missing,
not missing.
but
Blocked by your shield.
like blocked by my dark magic, right? He wants his puppet head, just his head, to like turn towards the man, right? And then he wants to look up at him and says, "That was a bad thing." And as he says that, I want his face to fall away, revealing a very grotesque visage of what the muscles underneath someone's face would look like, and that is my skin for his death mask.
Oh, that's so cool. The man had, with his fist, popped out the empty mag, but as he's going to reload the second, he freezes. And you can see that he actually taps open his visor, staring, panting. No.
Could then Totoy's marionette crossbar kind of lift up in the air, lifting up Totoy and his puppet body with him, and then now this floating puppet with his face removed is looking down at this soldier going, "That was a bad thing!"
And as you do so, the man's hand trembles as he goes to try to reload his gun. Crow can see all of this, by the way. And as he does so, Totoy, you see Niobe climb out of the water next to the man onto the vehicle, the great Dragonfly. And she touches her antennae to his exposed temples. He freezes in place and then finishes reloading and turns his gun over towards the smoke cloud.
Oh man. Would Totoy be aware that there is one other person there? Soldier there?
Yes. Reason being is with +2 spirit, you can feel what Niobe is doing.
Do I feel a killing intent
Yes.
towards the other? And oh god, this is brutal. He's just a kid. He's a puppet. Just a kid. Now that the man is under Niobe's control, the Totoy, his puppet head, again, just his head just turns around to look towards the smoke cloud where this other guy is, supposedly.
You can see the staggering soldier barely through the mist. He's clutching the side of his head, but he has also put a boot on the back of Bruletta's head, pushing her into the mud. Bruletta is in a world of pain. Literally all she can feel is the agony of her shoulder, but then she feels her face driven into the sopping earth.
Can I just defy that enough not to do anything physically, but just to cast an illusion of Bruletta, like, right next to the guard?
Yes, you absolutely can.
As I'm getting pushed down desperately, what I'd be doing with one hand is reaching for my badge to try to start pressing on it to evacuate, and with my other hand, I just want to make a phantasm of Bruletta come out of the hand, like with a gun outstretched. If I can do that much detail, otherwise it's just a Bruletta.
Yep. And Totoy would see the man still clutching his head, one-handedly take his assault rifle and point it between his, like, down towards his feet, towards Bruletta, as Totoy would also feel Niobe tense up, ready to go.
Now, here's this guy. He can clearly see me, right?
Oh, yeah.
And even that, with the effect of Death Mask repels all others while warm. They're persisting, standing their ground, and putting their gun towards Bruletta.
Yep.
Damn, that's a hardcore mother. Okay.
Yep. Crow. Notes from you, bound up, standing on the log, witnessing this. You have trick shot.
Yeah, alright. Okay. So, this guy is pushing her down.
One hand
Rifle.
pointing his assault rifle down towards her, the other hand clutching the side of his head.
Does he have his helmet on?
Yes,
He's on the
his
cloud.
helmet's on. Though, again, Crow could only make out a faint silhouette of him through the smoke bomb.
Right.
So, alright, from the log, I'm going to flip myself off of the log.
Oh, that's so fucking cool.
Get the gun in the proper
oh, that's so
orientation.
cool.
Let's go!
Full forward flip into the water.
Yes.
Oh, shit. You don't even need a trick shot.
With 4 skills? Yeah.
That's so sick. You ever play the game when you were young at, like, the pier where you, like, run off the pier and do, like, a cool move and catch a frisbee? It's literally that. And with a full forward front flip, perfectly timing the shot, you hit the guy in the head again. He staggers, and Niobe unleashes. The man she is controlling firing off his assault rifle, and it absolutely peppers the man and knocks him backwards off of Bruletta. Bruletta, your phantasm is cast before you know what is happening here. Are you swapping with it?
No, because I'm not attacked.
Yeah.
I can only trigger it if I'm attacked.
And as you produce the phantasm, you would hear the gunshots. And to Bruletta, it might feel like she's literally going to die for that moment.
I think I just have, because I hear the gunshots, I just have the phantasm run into the woods.
But then as she does so, she feels the weight on her head fall off. And she hears the heavy slump of the man fall next to her.
I don't think I can get up. I don't know. Can I?
No,
I don't think so.
Definitely not.
I just reach for my badge Do I have enough motion in my arm to even move that
No.
arm? Okay.
And
just go for
as
that.
Bruletta flails in the mud for her badge, Totoy, in your hovering position as the man is gunned down, you would hear from below you, "You did great! You did great! Here, come down. Come on down."
And as Totoy floats down, his face comes back onto his head, ending the death mask.
He would see below Skay reaching up towards him, filthy and strewn with pond scum, but smiling. "You did great."
Why do you have to leave her? She loves you.
"I'm not letting her stay here. But as he is saying this, you guys hear another bang,
No! Fuck!
and the man with the assault rifle drops, having shot himself up through the head.
Oh, thank God!
And Niobe, speaking in full sentences for the first time since you got here, says, "No. There's a bomb bay."
There's a bomb bay? Is that what she said?
Yeah. He says, "Really? On this piece of shit?" She nods. Can you open it for me, B?" She nods. "Here, I'll get off." He hops back into the water. He's still holding Totoy. Crow, normally I'd ask, how the fuck are you gonna swim? But it's Crow. So he can definitely get into a backstroke and kick his way to shore.
So good!
What's awesome is,
So good!
that's actually my favorite thing to do in the pool.
Yeah, just like that.
Chill with my head.
Oh, it's so cozy.
Hands behind the head.
Yep.
And just, backstroke
That's so
back.
Crow. I love it.
And as Crow kicks his way over the
well
shore,
done.
he would hear Bruletta's panting, agonized gasps for air.
Yeah.
And as I get back onto the shore, go check on her.
She is in
You all right?
miserable shape. Yeah, it is the most rhetorical "you all right." Bruletta literally does not... Actually, you can defiance, but besides that, you cannot respond.
I'm just
First
holding down
time
the
getting
bag.
shot, huh?
I want to respond in anger. Where in this? where in the fucking depths were you?
A little tied up at the moment. Just trying to show my restraint.
Yeah, Bruletta can
kept him
see
busy.
the manacles binding his wrists to his neck, as well as the broken ones on his feet.
I hope that he has never actually lost his hat in all of this.
No.
I have.
A little tied up, but I kept them busy for a minute. You'd have been dealing with them a lot sooner if it wasn't for me.
I'm getting out. Just make sure they get on the ship.
Well,
You guys-
I could use a little help myself here.
You guys hear a sudden buzzing of heavy, deep wings. It sounds almost like the helicopter. Totoy in the water would see the great dragonfly's wings start to thrum to life as it starts to pick itself into the air, tucking its legs under its body. Its huge tail curls down under itself, and the tail opens up. At the end, Skay says, "What a thing of beauty." He looks at Totoy, just kind of holding him, and says, "Thanks, buddy."
You get to be with your daughter now. I'm happy for you. One day my dad will hold me the same way that you hold her.
He better. He gives Totoy a little, rub on the cheek and sets him gently down in the water and swims over and grabs the inside of the tail. And this is when the group feel their Enclave badges ping. And Bruletta's desperate scrabbling finally finds her badge. Final actions from Totoy,
Wait, don't you shit.
but also from Crow. How the fuck are you pinging out?
you call out to Totoy to help because he's gonna just like wave goodbye,
Yeah.
bye.
Yeah. See Bruletta instantly ping out.
Wait, hold
Call
on.
out
It does
Totoy.
take a small moment. Let me know if you say something.
Well-
I mean, yeah, I definitely would have said like a little help here.
Yeah. Can I defy enough to like? I don't want him to be stuck here, and I also want to berate him after this mission. That's honestly my motivation. I want to berate him. Can I? Do I have enough defiance to do something not physically again, but with my phantasm?
Will stat?
Just base.
Nope.
Okay. I'm out.
Yeah.
Could I?
I can't even say anything.
Sorry, go ahead.
Totoy?
I just rage and I'm out.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. Did Totoy hear Bruletta just like, yeah, where the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. He would.
Like Totoy's like head turned towards Crow, and then if he could smile, he would say, "Crow, where the fuck were you?"
Totoy, thank God. Oh, thank God. Hey, you did good, huh? That's great.
I did
Hey,
good.
so you know how these
we,
badge things work, right?
we did the mission.
Yeah, you did good, kid. You did real good. Now,
He's just sitting on your chest, just like rocking back and forth in excitement.
now that the mission's over, we just press our badges. But very important, you press mine first, please.
It's a good thing you said that, but he's just like, oh yeah. Oh, okay. And then he pings you out first before pinging himself out.
And on that note, we will end the mission.
That was close.
That was so close.
All right.
Woo!
So, to briefly review the focus words,
Yes.
I had no love with a frowny face. That was representing how Skay's father-daughter relationship with Niobe was completely and utterly forbidden, and he broke every single protocol and betrayed his nation to try to help her escape.
Mm.
So a forbidden love, but it was a fatherly love in this case. I've had a lot of romance missions recently, so I wanted to mix it up. Next, Meganeura Griffinfly. I think that was abundantly obvious.
Mhm.
And lastly, Temple of Flora. You guys were in a functionally sacred national park that was built to remind the human civilization of what things once were. Additionally, where was the ship eventually? At the bottom of an overgrown marsh. That was how I used the focus words. I will admit, Temple of Flora was hard. I had a miserable time with that focus word, but we got there eventually. I wanted to have a setting that was an absolute playground for Crow, while also being really scary considering your enemies.
Yeah.
You only had 3 enemies. Each pod had 1, and you just missed 1 pod. But those 3 enemies were very scary. I wanted to give...
Fighting Iron Man.
Yeah, I wanted to give you guys a serious threat, but a threat that would not attack a human without abundant probable cause. So that you
Which
always...
I gave them immediately.
Yes, you did. As soon as you shot at the helicopter, I was like, oh, that's bad. Then, and then also Totoy, they didn't once realize Totoy was a threat. They were just
The
like,
puppet,
oh,
right?
yeah, the puppet, the literal puppet
Yeah.
body. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, Niobe must have had a doll. Whatever. That's not our job.
Mhm. Right.
But let's briefly go through. So, first of all, Bruletta. God, poor Bruletta.
I have 2 notes.
Yeah.
One, I had a fucking epic play ready
Oh.
in the chamber. So what I was going to do was, you got a guy up on the ship with overlook
Yeah.
shooting. I was gonna make a phantasm behind him of me with my gun, and then I was going to shoot at him, and a flintlock is never gonna hit. And then he was going to shoot at me, and then I was going to pop up behind him, smoke him out, have him open his visor, and then shoot him in the head because he wouldn't realize I was even there.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to do.
That is a really, really cool play. But then the third one, that freaking third one.
And then the guy showed up right behind me. And then that was fucked. And I realized there was one play. There was only one play that I could have used to get out of that.
Yeah, that was a really tough situation.
And the play would have been to do my perk. This would have been ridiculous. The perk is my canvassing perk, which is I appear more trustworthy in conversations relevant to the veneer used, and I was going to squawk like a swan.
Oh god, that's hysterical.
Just to confuse him long enough for me to like.
That might actually have done it. Now, so in summary, Bruletta, I wanted to give you some really interesting potential veneer targets. I knew that you'd be able to apply your kit, especially because you have negotiable enemies. And of course, viewpoint is always strong. Plus, potential dragonfly shit. I didn't know if you'd try to break something out there. But I'll be honest, Bruletta got fucking shafted on this one, and I feel terrible for her.
Constantly.
Oh, she got so screwed. Like, oftentimes Bruletta is just, like, completely above everything. She's untouched. She's unbothered. Yeah. She's just, like, cool and calm. She just got screwed on this one. But honestly, her initial bit of, like, wrangling Totoy and stuff, that was cute. And then also the mirror play, that was awesome. That was really, really tight, and I liked it a lot. So even before she started having a really hard time, she did great stuff. And even once she had a hard time, your use of your gun was sick. Your smoke bomb play is always smart. You did have to play pretty reactively, which is kind of unusual for Bruletta, but like, and very, very kinesthetically, but it was fun seeing her challenge like that. I think the bit of Bruletta that I thought was most interesting was her reaction to killing someone for the first time. I thought you did a great job of letting the moment sit. Plus, watching her actually lose her composure is so interesting, because she almost never does. She is so composed that seeing her lose it is really satisfying, just because it's so different.
I was hoping to have a moment to talk about that, like
please.
Shooting a guy in the head with Crow. No, I just mean like in character.
Like,
you can say that we did it afterwards. Like
after she finished chewing him out,
I'd probably like start crying about how I shot someone in the face.
Yeah, exactly. She's like screaming at Crow, and then she just starts bawling. That's like so Bruletta.
Like, where were you? I had to kill somebody because you were.
That's exactly it. Yeah.
That was fantastic. So yeah, it was fun to see her in a situation that actually really challenged her. Because normally, like you're so good at her and the class that you can kind of like skate through a lot of stuff. It was fun seeing you scrap.
Well, as soon as the tantrums started happening in the water, I was like, I have to cover them now.
Yep.
How am I supposed to deal with this? Because it was Totoy and Skay just both yelling.
Exactly. Speaking of which, Totoy.
Yeah.
Wow, what a character. This is my second time hosting for Totoy. First of all, beautifully done committing to the bit. Beautifully done. It lets me give you so much more wiggle room with like some of the cool weird stuff you do, like hovering into the air when using your death mask, and like the kind of funky way you use Embrace Darkness. Because you commit to the bit so hard, it makes me want to let you do cool shit. So I thought it was beautiful. Undeniably, without a question, the Fill the Void was the best play on the mission. That was beautifully done. Beautifully done. But the death mask play was sick. The initial building rapport with Niobe was sick because it justified the Fill the Void later. I literally was like, oh, I bet you anything Totoy and Niobe will actually be able to hit it off, and Niobe is so terrified of everyone that she needs like an in, and Totoy is that in. So you built rapport with Skay and Niobe, which was great, and let you use that later on. You committing to the, God, I have to fuck everything up now, don't I? It was perfect. It let you do a payoff later on, so I thought that was great. I thought that was really great.
Like, ooh, I genuinely thought I fucked that mission. I completely caused, like, they're gonna die or the ship is gonna break. Like, it's my freaking fault.
I will tell you right now, that was a distinct possibility.
I
Were-
know.
Were it not for the Fill the Void play for one, and then the Death Mask play for two. Because if the Fill the Void play didn't work, then they're just like, all right, kill Crow, kill Bruletta, figure out Totoy's a problem, kill him, then kill Skay, and then take Niobe.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really? They would go for us first. Interesting.
Oh,
Okay.
for sure. They're like, okay, I can't get through this. Bam, bam, bam. We have visual on literally all of them. They're observable threats. Oh, wait, this thing has the same crossbar thing that the water thing had. Bam. Like,
Yeah.
they were very intelligent, highly trained enemies. And they were for sure able to make that sort of snap decision. But once you use your Death Mask, the fun thing about that is the reason that he opened his visor, which is a very important thing here, is that when you appeared like that, what did I establish about these people? They are very human first. They will never hurt a human. You looked like a mutilated child.
I did.
And so that immediately, plus supernaturally imposed fear, makes him go, oh my god. It opens it up. Is that my child? That's what the supernatural fear is going to hit him with.
Is that why he went like no or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
So I made the call that was how that psychological element would affect them. And it gave Niobe the in to mind control him. Admittedly, she can't do it for very long, but when he already has a weapon out, didn't need to.
Right.
So, in summary, Totoy is a very high-risk character.
Yes.
And he will throw missions, and he might eat shit and die, but he was very cool, and I like him a lot.
Thank you.
He's going to be very... on a Chaos Goblin squad, Totoy is going to have, a very hard time.
It's going to be really, really interesting.
It will. It will be quite fun, though. And lastly, Crow. Wow, I love getting to challenge Crow. It's so fun.
Making me work.
Yep, I did. I made you work that whole time. The key on this one, which I think Alex mentioned when it happened, is you guys split up. And
Yep.
Bruletta and Crow together, I was like, oh yeah, I think they can figure out these enemies. They're going to be like, wow, they're way too quiet. Maybe they have a stealth thing. Figure that out. Then, okay, let's work together, get some veneers up, lay a trap, that sort of thing. Unfortunately, you had the clever but unfortunately misguided idea to try to redirect your tracks, and they were like, absolutely fucking not. We got you, bucko.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Yeah, we're a good combo when we're working together, but yeah, once we split up, I was like, I thought I'd have enough time, but...
Exactly, yeah. They caught up to you too fast. But the grapple play in the beginning was honestly great. Even you taking a pot shot at the chopper, I was like, ooh, that could be scary. But at the same time, you got away pretty fast, so maybe they'll be like, oh, maybe there's another one among them. And frankly, watching you try to make shit work while manacled was amazing. You pushed your kit so hard. You did 2 shootouts, a standoff, multiple trick shots. The flip shot at the end was so cool. God damn it. God damn it. I think in chat at one point someone mentioned, oh, break your finger. You might be able to slip out with 4 pluses to reflex. And that actually might have been an option. Because it does improve your flexibility. And escape artists can get out of all sorts of garbage. So...
Right.
Maybe if you had broken your finger with 4 pluses to reflex, you could have slunk out, but that would have been insanely painful and very risky, so...
Yeah.
And then you'd still have your neck as a problem. So there was no real good way out of it after that point, but frankly, getting manacled was a very smart move. You saw how well trained they are. If you had, tried to get the drop on them, just bang. Just 3 assault rifles to the back, dead.
Yeah, I was just trying to keep him busy, keep him away from the rest of the group for as long as I could.
And you did a great job of that. As you saw how fast those guys moved, if you had not made a big fat distraction, they would have been on top of you guys before you were in the marsh. And that would have been a big O problem. As a final 2 notes that I wanted to mention. 1, the purple thing they shot at Embrace Darkness, Totoy. That was an EMP. And it completely dispelled the magic. If they had shot that at Niobe, that would have knocked her out and completely disabled the ship. That was yet another nasty thing they had in store. But they were like, this thing is obviously a problem, and our bullets aren't working. Let's try shooting an EMP at it.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Interesting.
Yep, and I made the call that it was powerful enough to dispel that magic. The other thing that I wanted to mention, what was the other thing? I can't remember the other thing I wanted to mention, but it was sick. Great use of your Capitane, by the way. That literally the keep him talking thing was a really smart play because it meant that you only had 2 enemies on your team, but also it just gave you more time to like try to figure out what to do. So I think that was smart.
Nice.
Yeah, you guys have any other thoughts before we sign off?
Mission name.
Before mission.
Oh, mission name. As usual, I forget.
Well, before that, the question that I had is, was it always in the design to have Skay go along with Naomi? Yeah. Come, I say your name a lot and I'm forgetting.
Niobe, yeah.
Yeah, Niobe. Was it always in the design, or was it?
There were ways that it could have been figured out in other directions. The reason why it worked out this time is you got her to the ship so quick she was able to access its diagnostics.
Okay.
If you had been scrambling, she wouldn't have figured it out. But you actually gave her a lot of time. So, good ending achieved. I was fully ready to kill him.
I thought you were. I was like, oh.
Yep, I was fully ready. As a side note, Skay and Niobe are a recurring duo from one other mission, which was the mission where they met. And I have been saving the characters for literally 7 years to get a proper revisit. And I got the right focus words.
Nice.
Interesting. What were the? I'd be curious. Like, what about the combination of words made you think it's these two?
The Meganeura Griffinfly thing plus no love, because that immediately sets up like a no you're not allowed to thing, which is a big part of their story.
For context, with the Peanut Gallery, we were supposed to do this mission on Valentine's Day, February 14th, and I was like, oh, my focus word is love. And then when we found out that we couldn't do it on the 14th because some people had to celebrate Valentine's Day, I was like, okay, my focus word is no love.
Yep. And it completely changed the design. It made me immediately think of these two characters. When Skay and Niobe were first met, by the way, Skay was they're both dramatically younger. Niobe was a little, not a babby, but like not far off. And the mission was like Skay being parentified the mission, right? So, very fun for me to get to continue the story arc and face you guys off with some legitimately scary enemies in the process. Mission name. What do you think? We'll take Peanut Gallery suggestions as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dippy, that's a freaking ingenious name, but I don't know if anyone will get the reference.
A Fear and Loving in Las Vegas. I love it.
That's
Fear and
so
Loathing
clever.
in Las Vegas. That's very
That's
cute.
so
Very
clever.
Pretty good.
It might be too clever for its own good.
Cute.
Yeah.
I usually like a name where I see something in the name and I immediately know that was the mission.
Yeah, that's what I was
Usually-
thinking. It's so clever that I might forget what the mission
It's a little too poetic for me. But honestly, this is a hard one.
It's a hard
have,
one.
Like,
The ship at the end was dragonfly shaped.
It was literally
Yeah.
a giant dragonfly.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I was just thinking something along like on the wings of a dragonfly or something like that.
That's pretty close. Brings in some Bruletta stuff as well. Brain in conduit mode. Brain not in poet mode. Can't think of name.
I mean, my mind is going silly, and it's like a man and his bug daughter. It's like, I love my insect daughter.
Yeah.
I love my insect daughter.
I love my insect daughter.
My adoptive
that's right on
insect
the kid.
daughter.
Oh god. You know what? I think if we're not gonna, I love my insect daughter. It's freaking funny.
Fear and loving my insect daughter.
I feel like, fuck it. Let's do that one.
I love
Which
my
one?
insect.
Let's do I love my insect daughter. It's so goofy.
If there are any better names out there between now and until when we decide to upload this, please share because like.
Listen, we came up with the name Avanya Needs a Bath. Like, the standard for naming of actual place is very low.
I know exactly what mission that is.
Yeah. It was
remember the
evocative.
mission.
It was very evocative. All right, screw it.
By the way, not the grossest Tavanya's been.
No, it's not. That one's, I think, coming out in
Watch
2
that
days
video.
or 3 days. Yeah. Or no, did I already upload it? I can't freaking remember anymore.
It's not uploaded yet.
Okay, it's coming out soon then. All right. Okay. Actually, Dippy just posted a good one. Dragonfly daughter Dearest. That's actually
I like
very
it.
good. We're
Let's
doing
do
that
it.
one.
That's good.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you, Dippy, thank you
That's great.
from saving us from my.
That sounds like
That's
like a
gonna be-
reality TV show.
That's what I'm saying. Like that's like a perfect mission title, but for something else.
Yeah, someone please give me that as a focus word at some point. That sounds very fun. Oh god. All right. You guys have any other questions for me about calls I made or the plot of the mission?
Trying to think. I guess what's gonna happen, like world building wise, what's gonna happen now that the human's weapon has left? Their only real advantage against the Shayams has left.
Yeah.
There's
So
more, no?
there were a few more of Niobe's like brood, so to speak, but she's the strongest of by far. Which will mean that the new sets and humans are going to be on the back foot in a big old way. If you guys want to pursue that plotline, I'm more than interested in doing so, because I've done a lot of world building there. But we can also pursue the on the run arc of the Skay Niobe plotline as well.
Definitely interested. Should the opportunity present itself.
Of course, should it? And if not, you'll see him again in, I don't know, frickin' 5, 8 years whenever I get the right focus words. In that case, I say we sign off in the order we signed on. Meek, Detour, and Alex. Fire away.
Bye. And remember, a deer goes. Ooh, bye, deer.
Good night, y'all. Thanks to Robbie and the rest of the group for playing.
Yeah, thanks you all. I've been Alex playing Bruletta, bleeding out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. And ciao for now.